Hello, 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 everybody. Happy Friday. Hi. How are you guys all doing? Give me a second here to get everything open. I see that we have people in the queue already. Hello, Kinge. Is anyone in this chat at all? I was in another plane. Hello, Astrid. Hello, Zombie Adam. Hello, Eric. Hey, David Stoddard. Hello, Bad Cat. Hello, SWR. Can I call you Swir? On the Twitch side, hello, Wolfboy Ninja. Hello, Gen X. Hello, Far Heavens. Hello, Shovel Enjoyer. Hello, Barry. How are you guys all doing? Hello, Joshua Ginger. Hello, Comadre. I just realized I don't have my ring light on. Whoops. What a silly thing for me to do. How are you guys all doing? Arbides March? Hell yeah. Dealing with a tired little child from the party? Oh no. Hello, Saturn. Hi, so I see some new names in the chat today, so I figure I'll just go over this here at the top. I expect that I'll probably have to say it a few more times during the stream, but hello! Anytime I play Darktide, it is always open to the community to join. I think that today our focus will be on doing the event stuff, partially because it pays out 500 Aquillas, and then also there's the cosmetic. So if you would like to join and come along on a run, use !join in the chat, all together as one word, no caps, no spaces, just like you see it in the title of the stream. That'll drop you into the queue. And then we'll do rotations. So the way that it goes is we put a strike team together based on who's up next in the queue in order in which people, jumped in at. And then we do an attempt. Typically we only do one attempt per strike team. If we win, we rotate. If we lose, we rotate. However, there is a mulligan clause. If we wipe within like the first 5 minutes or so, then we will take another crack at it with that same strike team. How bad did I feel when I saw it wasn't Gene Stealers? Not great. I mean, here's the thing. So how do I feel about the whole RBD's class thing? I am very excited that so many of you guys are excited for an RBD's class, and I genuinely mean that. Sorry, here's the thing, like Gene Stealers at this point is a fun meme for me, and I do genuinely believe in Gene Stealers and that could have been a teaser for it, and I genuinely would love to see them in the game. As far as I see it, there's kind of two main camps in philosophy and how we'd like to see Darktide get amped up in and refresh in gameplay. There's people who feel fine about the classes, don't really feel like the current player classes need much except maybe a little bit of tweaking, but they're happy with the variety, and really what we feel like is lacking is enemy variety in gameplay and the demands on how to... Sorry, I was eating a grilled cheese just before this, and I still am like kind of gunky from having been sick like a week and a half ago, so I'm really sorry for all the like bleh. Yeah, we would rather see like gameplay changed, like being demanded on the battlefield by way of new enemies. And then there's the other side, which is like we think the enemy variety is fine. But what we would like to see more of and what would help keep the game feeling fresh is more player characters. I personally am I'm happy with the player characters. I would like more enemy variety camp. I do not care what kind of enemy they are. At this point, I take fucking Tau. I don't even care if it makes sense. Just please put a new enemy in the game. We need a support cell Mechanicus class? Yes. What kind of cheese on the sandwich? It was mozzarella. Birthday boy got a Baneblade. Oh, cool. How can you rejoin the queue? Yes, you can rejoin the queue. I cannot promise that you will get a second try though, or a second game, just depending on how long the queue gets. I do kind of like the joint content between Darktide and Rogue Trader, and I think that that's cool too. It's a neat thing that they did. Personally for me, so I'm on the team where like I would have preferred an AdMech class or something like that. That's just for me. That rings my bell. Arbides doesn't do much for me. at least at this point. Maybe like whenever they finally start showing us what the class does, a gameplay trailer might completely change that for me. I don't know, but I think that in our BDs is cool. I'm excited that you guys are excited, and I'm also looking forward to having you know, a completely different story for a character, new lore opportunities. We get to talk about like what the fuck is an RBDs compared to an enforcer and stuff like that. So all that's going to be cool and fun, and I'm totally on board. And overall, I think it's a big W for Darktide. I'm really hoping that it will bring people back into the game, even if I personally am just kind of like, meh, I don't know if RBDs is for me. Shield gun combo, I know. My husband is really looking forward to that. It's just, for me, I'm just kind of like, meh, okay. All right, I'm getting my Darktide friend code up in both chats. Up first in the rotation, we have Gen X, Wolfboy Ninja, and David Stoddard. Who's Bulk Brogren? That's okay. I was like, that's got to be a Gen X name. Oh, damn it. Gen X, I accidentally pinned you saying me. Unpin, please. There we go. All right. Darktide friend code is pinned in the top of the chat. I wonder how it'll compare to Ogren Shield. I don't know. He liked his Batman voice. That's the thing too, is like clearly they still brought it with like the quality. Oh wait, who's Beans? Beans and Oki, you guys aren't up. I'm really, unless Wolfboy, unless that's one of, wait, are you Wolfboy? Are you Beans? Orcs for New Enemies 2026. Jazzy, you are in the queue. Wolfboy is Beans. Who is Oki? Sorry, Joshua Ginger, you are not up. It's David Stoddard right now. So right now we are looking for, in the strike team, Gen X Culture, Wolfboy Ninja, who are both here, and then David Stoddard. No, sorry, I was just saying hi to you at the beginning. David Stoddard, you are up. Get this man some beans! You want more DACA? Give me more guns, you'll be fine. And that's fair. Hello, Nick. Let me bake, you're in the queue. Hello, Ace. It's funnier to say Batman voice. That's fair. So once we get David Stoddard in, I will shout out who's on deck. But I always like to get the actual team in first before I start letting you guys know who's waiting for the next one. Just because I don't want to create confusion. Giving Aquillas as an event reward is definitely a smart play on Fat Shark's end. There is something. They have done this before. Maybe not for an event, but god damn it, they did something at some point that gave you Aquillas. And I remember having this conversation and like talking about it on stream. And this was like a year or more ago at this point. But they rewarded Aquillas for something. And I can't remember what it is. It's literally driving me crazy. No, yeah, I remember the whole Xbox thing. That's not what I'm talking about. There was literally something in the game where I opened up a thing and I was like, oh, look, we get Aquillas for this. The Land of Confusion. You remember that too? I know it fucking happened, goddammit. I'm like this close to going through all my VODs from like last year and being like, where was it? Where the fuck was it? You don't believe anyone? For an event, maybe, but there was something where they gave us the Aquillas before. And BD remembers it too, because he was like, no, I remember that. And I remember checking on it myself and like opening up my account and stuff because I wanted to buy this thing and I didn't have enough. And then after your stream, I looked and I had enough. Joe's insane. Maybe this is a Mandela thing. Maybe this was a Joe. Maybe I'm from another timeline. I don't know. They said, yeah, that was before the game even launched though. David Stoddard, are you here? Should I move on to somebody else? There you are. Okay. Yeah, see, Cthulhu, same thing. Same thing. Got Aquillas. Not sure if it's some initial purchase. You got them with the deluxe edition. You did get some with the deluxe edition, I believe. Maybe they did that after the fact, after everybody like had a fit about the Xbox thing, and maybe that was the thing. You could have sworn that they gave us some when they broke X number of sales or something. Well, I remember everybody kind of had that like big hissy fit about the Xbox players and the whole like pearl clutching, what Pearlgate, I guess we'll call it. So maybe it was whenever they gave us like, yeah, they gave us free armor due to Xbox. There's something where they gave us some amount of Aquillas at one point. It wasn't much, but it was something. It was just enough to kick Beatty over the amount that he needed to like get some kind of cosmetic. And then, yeah, apparently Cthulhu had a similar thing where, you know, wife didn't believe him at first. He didn't buy more Aquillas. Got the version that got the Mortis cosmetics. You spent a ton on cosmetics? Hey, what is Darktide? Are you asking like what is the Darktide that the title is like from? Or are you asking literally what is the game Darktide? Oh, no new players to add blood to this game and clear something no order time. Never fully understood the Xbox hate. The game? Yeah, so it's very Left 4 Dead. It's a very Left 4 Dead style game where it's a 4-person cooperative PvE horde shooter slash melee. What is Darktide? What is Darktide? Who is Darktide? Just made me think of Neil Breen there. What am I? Who am I? So yeah, it's a very Left 4 Dead style game, a 4-person PvE co-op shooter where you start at one point of the map and then your goal is to extract at the end. No, really, what the fuck is Darktide? That's my next series. No, seriously, what the fuck is Darktide? Who is the big E? Oh god, how much time do you have? Hey, Zedian! Oh, also Zamian! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Who is Darktide? Who is this Darktide? I have never spent a single red cent on cosmetics. I've never even used my Aquillas that they gave me for free. Hey, Zedian, thank you so much for the sub. Hard for you. It's party popper time. Why is Darktide? This one's for you. Is this Darktide in the room with us right now? This thing was out you supposedly the first time you get a character to trust level 11, you get some free Aquillas. Oh, that sounds like something they may have implemented later. So maybe that's what it's from. I know I'm not off my meds. I know that they gave us some amount of Aquillas at some point after the start of the game on PC. How is Darktide? Everyone asks what is Darktide, but never how is Darktide. When is Darktide? I can tell you exactly when pretty close to exactly when Darktide is. Darktide happens around the start of the Indominus Crusade, so not too long after the fall of Cadia. We're talking probably within the first 20 years or so of the 42nd millennium. Biggie is a super cool dude who makes humans happy and other humans do dumb things. John Darktide is the real world name for Inquisitor Rannick? I don't think so. That might be it. That might be where those came from. Happy motherfucking Friday, Roy! Hi. I'm failing to do anything here that makes any goddamn sense. Just a second. Let me fix this. What? I'm sorry, did I not just kill a bomber? What does Darktide smell like? Not good. At least this one. Do Darktide videos about the lore. Please keep doing it. Oh, thanks, Zedian. Oh, don't worry. I have no plans to stop. I was a little... Oh, shit. I was a little dubious yesterday I kind of came away from like the Darktide announcements at Skulls just feeling, oh my god, what the fuck. One, yes, I was disappointed. I wasn't right about Gene Stealers. But I mean, like, that aside, I just really want new enemies in the game, no matter what they are. I think the most likely thing that we'll end up getting, hopefully sooner rather than later, is Nurgle demons. But aside from that, their whole thing they were talking about how they're going to be reworking the story and stuff, I was like, oh my god, please tell me I'm not going to be starting at square one again, like story and lore wise. I was just kind of like, oh no, how much of my almost like 2 years worth of lore videos is going to be invalidated? How to play the event codex? So it's the same as any other event that they've done thus far in Darktide, where you go to the regular mission board, and whenever you open it up, there'll be some missions, both on regular or orc level operations, that have the Inquisition symbol next to them. And so those are the ones that you select that will have the event modifier in them. You'll see individual skulls that enemies have a chance to drop. And that's for all animals? Enemies. Good lord. Why was I going to say animals? That's for all enemies. Specials or, you know, just regular horde fodder. And then you interact with those skulls to destroy them. There are also 3 skull totems per level. How's team? Do you like glass machine guns too bad? Lord Pingu, thank you so much for the sub. Give me a second here and I'll pop you a party popper. What do we got here? Oh, a hype train. Woo! Choo choo. So yeah, here's what one of the individual skulls looks like. You just interact with it, destroy it. Skeptical emissions too. Vermintide had such an issue getting friends into it because of how much she had to grind up before there was any challenge. We'll see. I think if anything, I think that the reason why Fat Shark is kind of changing how it progresses. Oh shit. Very on brand with Games Workshop style handling of 40k to just rewrite the lore for seemingly no reason. Starting fresh, more content, more views, more what the fuck moments. No, I know, that's the thing too. It just like after the initial just kind of like, oh my god, what the fuck are they doing, like thing I was feeling yesterday. You know, I digested it, I slept on it. I'm now older, I'm now wiser. I'm like, you know what, actually that's just a good thing no matter what. Even if they do end up, I don't think they actually will, but even if they do end up starting like the story from square one, that's nothing but a good thing for me, because that means that one, we'll have more clarity on exactly what the fuck is happening in this game story-wise, but also I now have like a 1.5 years of video making experience under my belt, so if I just get to revisit those like core story beats from the beginning again, that just means that there are gonna be better videos on them this time, so that'll be cool. What is Havoc? Also, what are we talking about? A lot of different things. Lord Pingu, you're in the queue. I think they're just doing with the crappy leveling cutscenes and replacing them. I hope so. Quando es Darktide? This is Warhammer. It is Warhammer. Skeptical emissions too. Oh, so Quanar, so I totally understand what you're saying. I do think that part of the reason why they're doing this is because there has been a complaint that I personally have seen a lot of consistently in Darktide communities, including my own, where people feel frustrated where they're trying to do more difficult level content, and whenever they're pubbing, they sometimes feel like the people that they get into their pub teams maybe aren't playing at a level that demonstrates that they are ready for that difficulty level. And especially since now there are 3 different game modes in Darktide, kind of like splitting up the player base and everything, giving people, you know, all these different things to try and see and do and everything. It can be sometimes hard to find player pools. So I think that it kind of shows that they're trying to listen to the player base and trying to address that thing where it's like, maybe we are giving people too much opportunity to just throw themselves into the deep end, and like it would be a frustrating experience as a newer player if you're just constantly getting your ass kicked and not getting anywhere. as well as if you're on teams where that's happening constantly, but you've been playing the game for a while. So I'm hopeful that that's the intention and direction that they're taking with that. It's not I who am bad at the game, it's my teammates who are wrong. I mean, sometimes you do get people who are jumping into level 5 or orcs who can technically access it, and maybe they're not ready for it. It does happen sometimes. And that's okay. It's not necessarily a bad thing or, you know, anything somebody's doing wrong. I just can see how it could create a consistent source of friction and frustration for people. Native scoreboard would help people who understand the weak points. I know. That's why I saw a lot of people who were talking about the teaser trailer. Like, well, maybe this is a tease for versus mode for Darktide, since they just did that in Vermintide. And I was like, oh, honey, like, they won't even let us have a scoreboard in Darktide because they think it's too toxic. Do you really think they're gonna let us have a versus mode? Probably not. New April 1st video idea, the lore of Biggest Dickus. There's also no way there won't be gaps or inconsistencies in what they do, which means we'll just need more what the fuck is going on. That's true. It's all gonna be good. Like I said, even if they give like complete clarity to everything, it's definitely not gonna be in a complete thread together, like in just one easy digestible source. And also it likely won't include extrapolations on like the context of how greater 40k lore in general fits into what's happening here. So it's gonna be, like I said, even if they do end up starting over from square one, it's gonna be fine because I have now a year and a half more of experience compared to when I first made those videos. So that just means that I'll get to make better videos on it that also will hopefully reach a growing Darktide player base instead of one that is stagnant or possibly even shrinking. That's why you don't pub for harder difficulty. You don't have experience with the flow of harder stuff. You're good up to heresy. Oh shit. Oh, fuck no. Let's go. When you were playing at higher tiers, there were a lot of toxic players. So is this new event? Yes, this is the new event. Could this be the start of Rinda's Ascension? Maybe. I definitely think that the whole title and like the little story tie-in of just like what does Admonition Ascendant mean is going to pay off probably around anniversary time. That's usually how they've been doing it, is like the events and story beats there tie into whatever the anniversary is. Versus mode is the least interesting thing that could come to Darktide for you. That's fair. Karnak hard mode, I had to carry. Yeah, it wasn't a carry. Purchasing you most in games that were forced to have a build that can't handle higher difficulties. Not necessarily adapted to our styles. Yeah, there's something really interesting that I noticed in what they said about the Arbites class, and they were like, choose from 3 pre-done trees or mix and match freely across 80 talents. Damn it, really? It didn't... I hate it whenever I won't grab headburst targets through the railing. Get the point of not having a scoreboard. There's some value in being more support and not directly killing things, and then just telling them people should work a team. Yeah, but I mean, the thing is that the scoreboards usually would reflect those metrics on just like, okay, maybe you didn't get the most kills, but maybe you blocked the most well, I guess maybe not blocking damage, but just like there is room to put helpful metrics about that into the scoreboard. Just like, okay, did you focus more on support? What were the support metrics? On my way.
I've touched you. You're damn.
Mornings are gonna be full of people playing with pups. Yeah, no, fair. That was a slick swap and push. Oh, thanks. I try. I sincerely try to not play like ass, even though I'm only ever looking at my game screen like half the time. Let's try and pick up the pace here. We've already got somebody picking up our but I don't want to leave you behind and have you get trapped again. I have to work when you could be crushing skulls. I'm sorry. I think it's just like the other skill trees where there's 3. Possibly. I just thought that it was an interesting way to word it. And I mean, like, it wouldn't be the first time where Fat Shark has worded something in a way that I'm like, well, could it mean this or could it mean this? Got melee heavy, defense heavy, and gunner. Yeah. Set a versus map you'd be down to have chaos waste type thing. Oh, I'm pretty sure that they're going to be bringing that into Darktide eventually. It'd be nice if you could just run over the skulls to pop them. I agree. Especially since, like, I kind of, in my head, I'm like, okay, whenever I destroy this, I'm probably stomping on it. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I'm almost certain that they're gonna bring in a chaos waste thing. It's probably going to be that whole second hive city thing. Which is, I'm betting, where the gene sealers will actually come into. At this point, I don't know if we'll ever get gene sealers in the base game itself. And I do kind of wonder if part of that is just like, especially for havoc considerations and things. The game already struggles with the amount of shit happening inside of it at times. And for me, that typically is manifested in the way of sound issues. But I just don't know how realistic it is. It'd be cool if it did, but I'm betting that second hive city. That shark really doesn't like explaining things, sadly. I don't think that they're just saying shit. I think that just like sometimes I think it's probably more of a like, whenever you're so deep in it, you don't see the forest for the trees kind of thing. Pingu! All I have on me is water right now. I didn't make caffeine. I kind of hate to wait for the RBD's DLC to come out. It's because they said that they were going to do 4 major updates this year, so on a quarterly schedule. And their first quarterly update came like literally at almost the last possible moment in the first quarter. So I think that we'll probably have to be waiting to the end of the quarter, most quarters for anything. Play for a new DLC to get a new enemy type. Same. What are my theories on possible abilities and blitz for RoboCop? I don't know. I actually sat down with Mr. E and Jethicus, and we did like, I guess almost kind of like a podcast sort of format on where we kind of talked about that. Based on what I've seen very quickly and vaguely outlined, in what Fat Shark has put out about, you know, what it sounds like it'll be. I definitely think you'll be able to direct your dog to target specific enemies, probably specials. I'm kind of wondering if your dog will be able to pick up people, which would be dope as row. If that was the case. Bad dog. We're gonna get a dog that'll show you how you're supposed to behave. Bad heretic dog.
Acceptable quality.
So takedowns, possibly support in the way of like team pickups and stuff like that. Oh lord, where's all my health gone? I'm doing good, zombie. How are you doing? Oh fuck. I wasn't ready for that. I was drinking water. I was hydrating. Is there a Warhammer 40k TT RPG like D&D in existence? Yes. So there's a previous one called Dark Heresy. There is also a current one called Wrath and Glory. And Wrath and Glory is actually putting out a Darktide compendium campaign very, very soon. I think that the physical book shipped this November. I have the PDF right now. But yeah, that is a thing that will be happening soon. And then they already have other campaigns out if you want to get a little bit away from Darktide. You don't need Darktide in literally every single thing you do.
I need help.
Can you pick the voice of your dog and can it be Joe? Woof! 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 I'll do the old lady voice for it. Yeah, lock down or capture enemies, which is cool. Can we set a priority list for our dog to attack? I don't know. Personally, my theory is that what it will look like is that, so in lore of RBDs, the way that they typically like issue orders to their dogs and stuff like that is they, where the fuck am I? Oh, I'm dead, I see. The way that they typically issue orders to their dogs and stuff is they use like Fox communication or Auspex devices. Thank you. And then where the fuck is this bomber? These fucking bombers are just really running my gears right now. You know what one of the really nice things about Psyker is? Other classes, whenever you come back, whenever you get picked back up after being dead, you spawn with 0 grenades. Psychers, you don't have that problem. What am I gonna do? Come back to life without brain burst? Absolutely not. Yeah, you fucking thought, buddy.
The interrogator has crashed. Restart.
So I'm kind of thinking that what might happen is that you'll have an Auspex device instead of a grenade that you can set like a mode for your dog. And then your dog will kind of like go around and like you might even possibly throw that Auspex to kind of set a like, okay, now go do this mode over here. And then possibly they will respond to those orders based on that. I don't know for sure if that's how it would work, but I think that that would be a pretty cool way to do it. Might be tied into pings, possibly. Oh shit. Why did I pick this up? Jill, what are you doing? Probably build off the control scheme. That's kind of what I'm thinking Starbelly is like. In my opinion, that would be the way to do it. That kind of like iterates on the whole Vermintide 2 thing. You throw the dog, throw a bone. Dark Heresy is very much closer to D&D. Give your powerful heroes to go on some manner of mission, or sorry, the GM's design leveling up and getting better equipment. Yeah, I just know that like Dark Heresy was discontinued however many years ago, and Wrath and Glory is like the new version. How are you guys excited for Owlcat's Dark Heresy game? I think that it sounds really cool. It looked amazing. I loved that art style. I still need to play Rogue Trader, which I do fully intend to do on stream with you guys. I just have to figure out when to like build that in. And I have been kind of scattered lately, just like been cooking up a bunch of ideas, been talking to and like collabing with people every now and then. So I have not been as fully focused on my own content creation as maybe I should be. But I'm also kind of glad that I haven't started going super ham, because like one of the things that I actually had in the works was trying to take Darktide and put it in sequential order for missions, and then also for like the things outside of the game too. So now that I know that Fat Shark is going to be reworking that and kind of like filling in the gaps and extrapolating on it, I'm really glad that I didn't spend a bunch of time doing it right now. Only for it to be invalidated almost immediately, because I would have been like, son of a bitch! Right, with the grenade slot thing being an Auspex or something. Not sure if our dog really fits in around the spots very well. Also tie into the gun. And that's your grenade choice? Maybe. New Commissar class with the dog. Oh, great, as a dog champion. Rogue Trader random dialogue choice stream. No, I definitely, so there is a multiplayer. I have heard that the multiplayer plays like ass and doesn't really work, so I guess we'll see if we're able to do a multiplayer, but I would love to. I think targeting massive will be like Neckerman to hire a gun when you buy it. They shake a squeaky toy to mark an enemy. That won't stop us from using Dark Heresy. No, that's fair. I'm not saying like it should. I'm just saying like they're technically too. There may be people who like Wrath and Glory better. I know like D&D, you know, 3.5 to 4 was massively different, and it did appeal. 4 appealed a lot more to a lot of people. They found it less overwhelming. So yeah. Everybody has a preference, man. Get a little cyber chihuahua, bite all the heretics' ankles. I know, right? Little Little Pomeranian, battle Pomeranian. Can we get a new mode where... God, he died halfway through that sentence. Could leap around like the rabbit from Monty Python. Need your RBDs to have a cyber corgi? Well, and so whenever BD and I were talking about just like what did we think it would be for the teaser trailer, I actually, oh fuck me, I'm so screwed here. I was telling him, I was like, I bet it is gonna be dog, and he was like, oh god, dog would be so dumb. Now he's fully on team dog, and I'm like, I'm not really looking forward to RBDs. Oh no. Good try, team, good try. Drop the Vermintide characters in as a joke? I don't think so. But BD told me, he was like, if it ends up being dog, then we have to get a dog and name it John Darktide, because I've been wanting a dog, like in real life, not in the game. Maybe something will happen and come knock this dog off me. I doubt it. It'd be really nice if I could brain burst this off me. Beast of Nurgle is having a Menti B though. Oh, okay. I like how the game was like, let's just skip the middle. Wait, it put me into a down state. It thinks that somebody's gonna come rescue me now. Oh, I see, because that was Landlord I was watching, not myself. Oh, right, he was trying to pick me up. My bad. Is the new class free? No, it's 12 currencies. Whatever your currency is, it's 12 of it. John Darktide. Your team, Shield, that's fair. You want a Bionic Beagle? Oh, I do too. They're gonna surprise you with a puppy. BD is? No. So, yesterday, on top of the Skulls thing, passes for Penny Arcade West went live. And, BD and I got passes to go to Penny Arcade. And that's like in almost September. So, we're gonna be doing that. I do not want to get a dog right before we're gonna be like leaving to go out of town for a few days and stuff. That doesn't seem like good timing. Cyber Chihuahua. Okay, good try, team. We are going to rotate, which means that up next we have Kinjiro, Far Heavens, and Starsberry. Take the dog with me. No. Got a month to save nickels and dimes. I think that $12 is perfectly fair for a DLC class, especially whenever you consider having 6 different voice actors come on board to do it. And then also like all the writing that had to be done for that to make sure that it fits in with what exists. How do you get in line? Exclamation point join. That will drop you into the queue. Have I done a Havoc 40? No. I've done Havoc 37. 38? That's the highest I've done. Especially for how big the talent tree is. I mean, it is. It's a fully fleshed out player class, exactly like the rest of them. Into the chat, Dark. So here, I'll show you. Like this. That will put you into the queue. What's the queue list? So right now we have Kinjiro, Far Heavens, and Starsberry coming in. And we have everybody here. Yay. Oh, wait, no. David Sauter's still here. David Sauter, you need to hop out. Hail Satan. God damn it, Gen X. And goddamn me. I always forget. So I actually can't do it because one of my elastic strings is now fully broken on the mask. I can wear one of them, but I can't wear the other. I need to order elastic string. Like to, you know what? Actually, you guys, do you want to see me do this right now? I know. Bring me the goblin. I saw it. I'm not trying to ignore it. I just need somebody to bring me the goblin from out of the room because I'm in my office right now with my door closed. While I am saying, Joe, you dumb bitch, you need to buy elastic string. I'm going to buy elastic string, like literally right now. The Valley Girl voice. Okay. Save it for later. Okay. I owe you a Hail Satan. By the elastic string. Are the skulls only found in Auric and below? Yes, so it's only on the regular mission board. No, Let Me Bake. You are not up right now. Hang on, guys. I'm literally buying elastic string like this second. Never mind. It wants me to enter my password. I've hit that point where it's just like everything is like, you need to relog into everything and revalidate your credentials. And I'm like, I appreciate that on a safety perspective. Really grinding my gears right now. Yes. So, Beady Dubs, are you there? Can you help bring me the goblin, please? Or are you working still? Do I need to throw up the BRB screen really quick and go get the goblin? Just let me know, because I want to do that before this next mission. Up next, on deck. So we have our shark team right now. We haven't gone on this mission yet, but we're going to. After that, it will be Shovel Enjoyer, Bad Cat, and Joshua Ginger. So Shovel, shut up, Hadron. Oh my God. Shovel Enjoyer, Bad Cat, Joshua Ginger. If you guys are in missions. Oh, he's here. Oh. Thank you. Hey. Hey. Come here. Come here. I know that you're cozy there taking a nap. Hang on. Let me retrieve him really quickly. He was behind me the whole time. He tricked me, you guys. He was napping behind me on that tower the whole time. Here he is. He was so calm and well behaved in here. I didn't even realize that I shut him in here with me. Here he is. Obey the cat. Here's the cat. He's a nice cat. What a handsome goblin he is. Hello, Evan. What did you miss? You missed me grabbing the goblin. Gene Sealer's frowny face. I know. I know. I agree. He's a nice little goblin. Did we try the same one? Do we want to do a different one? Oh, it's not even the same one. Never mind. He is very cute. He's also aware that that's his only redeeming quality. Name your RBD Judge Kane and your Cyber Mastiff Abel. Why so cute? Because he is small. You love the goblin so much. He's a good little goblin. He's just a little guy with no regard for the law. He's very fuzzy. He's very sleepy right now.
We've had reports of heretics up in front.
He's so well behaved at the moment. He's not well behaved whenever he's tearing ass around the whole house, just jumping up on surfaces and knocking over everything he can get his little paws on. Sounds like new Morningstar music that he did from the orchestra. It's the level 30. It's the level 30 cutscene music whenever Rainick calls you and it's Mara Vinci and then shoots her. Oh, spoilers for anybody. Sorry. Okay. Hey, Gabo. You're a very nice little boy, but I need you to go now. And I know that I picked you up and I did this to you, so I'm really sorry. Because I know you were just cozy and napping, and now I've probably unleashed the beast. Hoping we can get another class in the future on Tech Priest. Well, and also since they're doing the intro, like their stories and everything is like a separate thing, not as being part of the rejects, at least for the RPDs, I think that makes it a lot more likely in the future. Nobody's dropping bombs on his brother. It's true. He was scaring the shit out of our other cat last night by like pushing things over onto him. Hey, being hooked in a horde of... Oh, are you playing Vermintide too? Name your guy Diabetes. Hoping for something that feels a lot more like a support class. Yeah, I think that an AdMech has just crazy potential for a support class. And personally, that's my play style, so like that would be right up my alley. Support classes FTW, agreed, Sunny. like I said, we'll see. You know, I'm sure that they're going to do a gameplay trailer and also a dev blog breakdown on how exactly the new RBD's class is going to work and everything. Maybe it will just turn me right around on it, change my mind. Maybe it'll be super up my alley, and, you know, if so, great. If not, that's okay. I haven't ever bought the cosmetics or anything before. I don't often drop real money on like DLCs or cosmetics or things like that in game, and that's just because usually they don't do much for me. So we'll see if I end up getting it or not. I probably will, just because like it's Darktide. Well, obviously, I'll have to. So I'm gonna have to get all that sweet lore and like personality voice lines and everything. Duh. Banana. You are in the queue. Thinking something like a commissar would make sense. With orders being a thing from, not sure if it wouldn't just be better as a veteran thing. I think that would be super close to veteran, especially since there already is like a quote unquote commissar build. I think Bricky did a build video on that and for Fat Shark's official channel. It'll be interesting to see, because I know that they've worked with people to do build videos and stuff like that before from the creator program. I wonder if they would ever ask anybody to do like a short like breakdown explanation video, like especially if they ever did end up adding more enemies like Nurgle demons or something, just like, what are these? What does this mean? What do these mean in the greater context of 40K? Hopefully it won't need a rework after release. I'm sure that it won't release in its final form. Not to say that I don't have faith in Fat Shark, but just like, it's probably going to need some kind of previously unanticipated tweaking. Name your dog Wilfred? Please do, Roy. Rattling Sapper? You're playing the new map? Imagine it might be more OP than not. Probably. I mean, they're probably going to want it to be. Because otherwise, if you don't feel OP, having paid for the class, I have a feeling that a lot of people would probably be not terribly happy with that. Have you seen Vulcan Words of Vengeance? I did, the typing game, and I'm very excited. I fucking love typing games, so I will probably end up streaming that at some point. I don't suppose there's a multiplayer for that, is there? Oh, far heavens. Pour one out! Oh, God. Doesn't have to be OP, but it better not be weak for $12. I think that for $12, it's reasonable to say that most people probably want at least a little bit of a power fantasy actualization out of it. And I think that's fair. It doesn't have to be, like, busted. But I think catering to a little bit of a power fantasy is probably okay. You need to rework the talent to each twice like Ogren. You're gonna name your mastiff Princess. Tuxedo Boy, you're in the queue. Bye, be safe. It feels like a weird place given how AI has been from in the past. A little scared to see if the dog just gets into a doom cycle. Well, here's the thing. So the Darktide bots, the character player bots, are in a completely different code and design space than the dog probably will be, because the dog is probably going to be pretty heavily based on the minion class from Vermintide 2. And in their blog breakdown about Sienna's necromancer warrior skeletons from however many years ago, they specifically said that the work that they did on that did not share the same code and design space as the bots, the NPC bots. So it basically, that's why they're so much better. I kind of have a gut feeling that part of why Sienna's necromancer class took so long is because they tried to force the NPC bot AI that they had to behave the way that they wanted it to consistently for warrior skeletons, and then they just could not get it to work, so they ended up having to redo it from scratch. If I were a betting woman, that's what my money would go on. Get out of here.
And now the trapper is gone.
Nick, you're out.
Bloodlust isn't as attractive as you might think, Zealot.
Aspire to such virtue.
When it comes to power fantasy,
But we can work around that. Look for some power.
I want it to be more melee focused and just make Vermintide 3. I mean, there is a lot of melee combat in Darktide. I do kind of miss the more range focused stuff.
Kill her! The barrel's exploding!
Is Join for only on Twitch? No, it works on YouTube as well.
I shall smite you. Bounty on a bloody roll.
I have a custom bot that works for both.
Duty is its own reward.
What the hell? Finally a chance to play again. What's the new event? Still a little confused on what it is. So it is, I think I might whip up a quick video about this because I think that there's a lot of confusion about it. So basically what it is that whenever you do, whenever you select a mission from the regular mission board that has the Inquisition symbol on it, just like any other event, whenever you kill enemies in the mission, no matter what type of enemy they are, there's a decent chance that they will drop a skull. And it will give you an interact prompt with this skull, and it will say destroy. So you're destroying these tainted skulls that random enemies drop. You also will come across 3 different tainted skull totems in each level. And those, you have to destroy them, and they will reward you with 250 skulls whenever you destroy them. These totems heal enemies around them incredibly quickly. And then also whenever you start destroying the totem, it will spawn either a monstrosity or a wave of typically elite enemies, or I think mostly elite enemies is what I've seen. Oh, shit. And then you need to destroy, or you need to, destroy 12,000 tainted skulls to finish the event completely. Guns are a feature setting. Yeah, feature of the setting. Agreed, Starbelly. Skulls for the surf learning environment, grab skulls from the ground. They give you a status, no idea what they give. Interesting. You got to 12K? You want good indicators in the RPD's class. They have tabletop kill team and have some good indicators of their abilities. Yeah, that is completely true, but it's a little bit of a question of just like, how are they going to translate that to a video game? Pretty sure it's supposed to spawn chaos spawn no matter what. If it spawns a monstrosity, that might be true. The old lady voice. All right, I can do that. Could you just fuck off, please, mister? I would love to voice a dog, but with the old lady voice. Woof, woof. Go. I'm gonna get you, heretics. Petition to Fat Shark to bring me on for a dog voice. Looking forward to the devlog for more info, like how they'll implement the shield and gun weapon combo. Agreed. Bride, you are out of the queue. Theory. I'll play with friend. No, that totally makes sense. I'm never offended. I just always like to try to my best to let you guys know on the YouTube side whenever I see the confirmations, because the confirmations only respond on the Twitch side. Unfortunately, YouTube's API is kind of terrible. So it was hard for Rue to get that stuff to respond on the YouTube side. Can our BD sucks talk in 488? No. I don't think so.
Beware! Sniper! You deep! Get clear!
Beneficent Emperor, judge this mutant!
So on deck to shout out again, we have Shovel Enjoyer, Bad Cat, Joshua Ginger. So if you guys could please all let me know in the chat if you are still here. Just know that your turn will be coming relatively soon. So start wrapping up any missions you may be on, etc., etc. They could talk if talking means bark. That's true. Woof, I'm a dog. Woof, I'm a happy new class. I'm just a little guy. I'm a little four-legged guy.
I see a trapper!
Dahwasi, you are in the queue. Say, why am I hearing buzzing? Hello, Ultimate War Machine. Hi. I'll stop doing the old lady voice now. I've been doing it for a minute. Skulls! I need to find all the skulls. I think I just said I'd not do. I was done with the old lady voice. Turns out that was a lie. Joe plays Psyker and wonder why she is buzzing. Okay, yeah, but I also didn't have my peril up or anything. It was the ambient horde buzzing. If you never knew, before a horde starts, there's a, like the sound of flies buzzing that swells as it gets closer to the horde beginning. Hello, Greg! Why do I hear Satan talking to me? So weird. Why do I hear the doors, the squeaky hinges of time and space itself opening up before me? This is so weird. No, bad. I fucking hate those things. They added a stealth section in Vermintide? What? Like one where you're supposed to sneak through stuff? Adeptus Arby's coming in June? Hell yeah. I've heard that the Arbites has the meat. Just in a Darktide match, 30 seconds in your match on your PS5, overheated and turned off. This year only happens during the start of missions like this, never happens in the middle. Only the beginning. How strange. I wonder if maybe like your hard drive is working too hard trying to load shit in. Are you kidding me? There were two of them. There's always two of them. Can't remember if you joined the queue or not, Bran. Yeah, you did. I see you. This patch made AMD cards perform so much better. Good. Imagine a stealth mission in Darktide. I would love that. No! You bitch! Stop doing that! Playing Auric Mail? Nope, this is just regular Dave Nation, actually. Believe it or not. But can I enjoy the dueling sword? I'm gonna have to ask. You got enforcers immediately after the armor and the hive ganger stuff. And I hate both of them with their move sets. Well, dueling sword highly depends on like what mark for what you're looking for it to do. There's a mark that does better on like horde clearing, and then there's a mark that does better single target damage. I always take the mark 4 dueling sword, which is the single target damage one. Cat, I know, I woke you up from your nap because people demanded to see you, and now you are just all sorts of squirrely, and you want out of the room, but I can't let you out of the room right now. I am playing a game. Please don't chew on my cords. Thank you, Vidi. Vidi's my hero. He came and opened up the door for me. Feels like they do so little. Oh man, the dueling sword is baller on the single target damage one. Also the two-handed sword, especially for Psyker. Fucking bomb.com. Ow. Love the sword and the goblin. Believe they will be called exactors due to the character being exactly like the kill team model. That's silly. Maybe getting a shotgun pistol called the shot pistol. That'd be cool. Stealth mission, stealth around a beast of Nurgle Pit. Devil Claw. Give you dual Devil Claw, please. That'd be fun. Dueling sword is still in desperate need of a nerf because the damage is so good. For the Mark IV specifically, yeah. Horde of plague monks, at least 15 in the room. Despite being a you never get comfortable using the dueling sword and you don't know why. That's fair. I always take it because I tend to use my Psyker pretty much exclusively for Havoc runs. And you pretty much always need like high level single target damage. Just buff and fix everything else. Honestly, where they got themselves into trouble was giving the dueling sword to every other, all the other human class characters because it should not have been given to Vet and Zealot. That was stupid. That was not a good decision. And now it's like, well, what are they gonna do? Take it away from them? No, because then people will be salty about that. TV doesn't need nerfs. If Cybermassive can pounce on enemies like pop sounds, hopefully it applies to over enemies since pop sounds can do so. Oh, I would assume. I need to give the Vet Power Sword the heat function. I have heard a rumor that is on the way. Don't know if every weapon should be dueling sword level. Take out one crusher would be nice. They should give it to the Ogren. The two-handers are a lot of fun. I think if they nerf stuff, it will only end up like Helldivers. Yeah, exactly, where they're just nerfing things into the ground. Well, and also just like, it would be such a shame to nerf it for Psyker, because part of the point of Psyker is that you're a glass cannon. Like, yeah, you have the potential to do a crazy shit ton amount of damage, but like, you also get fucking looked at by something in Havoc and you just fall straight over. It's your risk reward that you're balancing against your skill.
I suppose that headshot had some artistry.
Skill wins all the times. Skill does win 99% of the time, but there are some times whenever the game will pull some absolute bullshit on you. I actually prefer the vet power mechanic over the greatsword heat. I think you're in the minority there, BD. I have heard, rumor-wise, that they are bringing a new vet sword, power sword that has like a heat mechanic. Nvidia, Intel, and AMD all have the same issues. Silent pox sorcerers are still a thing? Yes. I think Psyker should have buff melee build instead of a horrendously high melee build. Why does it sometimes feel like specifically Reaper bullets transcend reality and somehow hit you when you're behind them? Because it does. Because the bullets, I can't remember exactly what it is, but the bullets don't fire actually out of the barrel of the gun. It only looks like it does whenever they're oriented the correct way for where they're shooting you. But if they're targeting you and you're behind them, the bullets actually fire like from the body of the gun itself or something crazy like that. And so they will literally fire backwards and hit you. Kind of gets me when everyone leaves you for the horn. So should be going to get our stats to true 100%. Map director doesn't like you after taking monks. You got surrounded by storm vermins. Reapers use Roblox guns? Yes. The bullets start from the middle of the Reaper's hitbox, not the gun. That might be it. I know it's something like that. Hello, Shadow Dragon.
Such adulation. I'm thrilled.
I have never defended over on this part of the map. I've always been up in the catwalks. Remember V pointing out something snipers will 180 shoot you because they hold their aim animation but still charge the shot facing. Yeah. Getting shot by snipers before their Qs. Yeah. Now, didn't there used to be times whenever like it would oh, it does give you a bridge on the other side. I see. I didn't have to go all the way around. Vermintide is a bust today? Oh, I'm sorry, man. Well done, team! Excellent job. Premium shit. Hello, you bugger that likes putting like and subscribe in binary. Binary Dark Tongue. Thank you, Nemesis. No, that was my old like and subscribe screen. Beast of Nurgle or Neast of Burgle, which would you rather call it? Well, I'm probably always going to say Beast of Nurgle by default because especially whenever I'm playing and I'm live, I'm basically like almost fully in lizard brain mode. That's why like my sentences will just stop. I'll just be talking and then like suddenly I will just flatline. Like you will see me blue screen. I'm just like, what was I saying? Yeasty gurgle, yeast of jurgle. You'd only translate the binary. That was the first like and subscribe screen I ever made to go with the Tyranids coming to Darktide video. Okay, up next we have Shovel Enjoyer, Bad Cat, and Joshua Ginger. Feast of Fergal. Beast of Burden. Have you noticed that they added new voice lines for tagging talk spawners? Heard your loose cannon vet say it yesterday. I have not. What do they say now? Have they fixed it so they don't call them poxwalkers anymore? Bad Cat. Joshua Ginger. Perfect. Okay, we've got everybody. Ooh, Carnival Part 1. I haven't done this in a while. Darktide needs to get some genes stolen. Those Wranglers won't steal themselves. I will take any kind of new enemy. Giz, just a second here. I will get you the current queue status. Ugh, Tox Bomber. Get that Tox Bomber. Oh, good. They actually call them the proper thing now. Give me a second here. So the queue as it currently stands, if I can get... God damn it. Oh my god, it's so sensitive. Okay, well, okay. Try this a different way. Bloop. There we go. Here is the queue as it currently stands. And that is not including the people who are in right now.
You're in for a treat today, if you like disreputable
Bean
surroundings.
Stealers.
You're
Mormon, you're in the queue. Victor, you're in the queue.
The Mobians have it completely locked down.
One of the Foundry maps has a lot of new ice before the end. Yeah, that's been there for a minute, Ghost here, since Gloriana.
There's a strong possibility they're being used to spread the
The
blood.
one with the power matrix or whatever. Keep having mentions of a second hive city. I don't think that'll come until admonitions are dealt with or subdued much further. It'll come whenever Fat Shark is ready to put the Chaos Waste mode in the game. Fiend Stealers, you're welcome. So SWR24, V and Bona Tempora, you guys are on deck after this mission. Another special operation would be cool. Agreed. And they said that there's something that will be coming. Because obviously they probably don't want to just do only rolling steel. Wendigo, you are in the queue. Hello. It'll come whenever Fat Shark start focusing on Vermintide over Darktide. You know what? I really feel like they did a lot for Darktide in the last year. It was kind of frustrating to see Vermintide get all those updates in quick succession when we were kind of like sitting and waiting. But I would say honestly, they did almost quarterlies last year. Random Dino Fat Commodore, you're killing me. You know for a fact there are going to be a lot of people playing, calling their RVDs Judge Dredd. Yes, 100%. Hello, Uzip. What do you say whoa for? You'll be one of them? People seem to forget that Vermintide took a couple years to start getting a lot of stuff too. Actually, Vermintide kind of hit the ground running. Within like the first year of being launched, they already had out their first map pack for Back to Ubersreich and stuff like that. Granted, those were paid for DLCs. Once they abandoned the paid for like map pack models and stuff like that, and started going to the free updates, and that was after Winds of Magic, things dramatically slowed down. But actually within the first year of launch for Vermintide 2, it got a lot of content. Granted, a lot of that was recycled stuff from the first game, like reworked maps and stuff like that, but still was a lot. How far away in the queue are you, David Stoddard? Pretty far down. You can wait till after mission. Thank you, Commodore. Just remind me if I forget. Can I name your RBs? I am the law. Oh dear. Oh, the queue. Is that what you guys were like, whoa, oh dear about? I know for a Friday, it's hopping. We'll see what tomorrow looks like. Oh, P.S. Well, I've got you all here. Tomorrow, Karnak hard mode clearing. If anybody still needs their Karnak hard mode achievement. Noon to 2. BD Dubs and I will be taking people 2 at a time. Be there or be square. And by that, I mean, if you're not there and you still need it, then you'll miss out on the time to get your little frame decoration thing. No question to Joe, how do you rate the carnival maps? I like them well enough. Wait, am I leaving? Wait, what? What's my schedule today? Noon I'm here for another like 2.5 hours at least. That's for your rhombus. Oh, sorry.
Unhand me!
Bean Stealer is gonna be the name of your new persona. Have magical weaves that nobody plays. That's also whenever they introduced the Beastmen too. That's whenever they added the third faction. Step into the circled square and face off against the Karnak twins. Mainly only because of music. I like the carnival maps a lot. I think that they're decently well designed. They give me kind of Vermintide vibes in their design in a lot of places, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It just, it feels a little bit samey after playing so much Vermintide too. Some friends of yours want to jump on Tide, so you're gonna bounce. Dude, you're awesome. Your videos are awesome as always. Thank you so much, Nemesis. Have fun. Good luck in your games. Beastmen who did break the game, they're so strong. Well, here's the thing. Fat Shark has already kind of given us the Beastman experience for Darktide. What do you think Havoc is? The biggest sin that Beastman committed was basically just being big HP pool dumps that were hard to deal with. It made it a slog to get through hordes. That's what Havoc is. You're gonna name your RBDs? What's the dog doing? Judge death. The crime is life. The sentence is death. My punishment, death. Beastman gag.
Medicaid station.
The banners could stack. Yeah. I mean, like I said, they've kind of already given us the Beastman dilemma in Darktide though. Struggle so much in Vermintide, you merely do difficulty 5 even though you've hit Havoc 40. It's hard going back to Vermintide. Nobody likes Beastmen, not even Games Workshop. Beastmen were definitely the one that I would go, oh god, not Beastmen, whenever we'd get it. But like, I still didn't hate them in concept. They tried to do some different and interesting things with them, besides just making them tanky HP pools. Like the adding, you know, ranged enemies and stuff like that in what was a very melee heavy game. And also their banner mechanic was, again, at least interesting. It just wasn't quite what it should have been. And I think that that's true for a lot of Vermintide, because I mean, like, if you look at weaves and then the crafting for weaves in Magic 2, they brought us Havoc and have been iterating on that. And then also the new crafting system is basically the best of both worlds of weave crafting combined with regular having like true itemization. And I think that that's great. They've done a really good job taking a lot of the concepts that they had in Vermintide 2 and iterating on them for Darktide. So I am hopeful that if they did add a third faction into the game, that they would take what they learned from Beastmen and Vermintide and do it better, with a more of a mastery over their game design concepts and what they want to achieve, what they're looking to get out of things like that. More and more likely we will see new factions until a potential sequel. I think that we'll see it for Chaos Waste at the the Chaos Waste version for Darktide at the very least. I do think that it's also fairly likely that we will be getting Nurgle demons, which I think would take the Cult of Admonition, essentially take what's a 1.5 faction game in Darktide and round it out to being truly a 2 faction game. Green Tide with Works 1, that's what I would love to see for a sequel. They removed the Beastmen for Age of Sigmar. Oh, that's true. You went back to Vermintide briefly, man. Did you miss your slide for? Yeah, slide and sprint both. Age of Sigmar is trash. There, I said it. I'm currently hoping one of the voices for our BDs is deep and overly verbose so you can name your character Minos. Age of Sigmar has better models. The models are nice, still hate it though. Like to see something that is a Nurgle or Nurgle adjacent for once. Here's the thing. I agree with that overall. However, I am going to say that since they went with another Nurgle cult in Darktide, after having done that in Vermintide 2, they need to find... They have been fucking flirting with bringing actual demons of Nurgle in for 2 fucking games now. They need to shit or get off the pot about it. I swear to God, if they never bring Nurgle demons into Darktide, I will set something on fire. Especially since it seems like story-wise, they are setting up Rinda Karnak to be a poxbringer, Herald of Nurgle. Oh, Combi! Thank you for the bits! Which is better, Vanguard or Relentless? A Vanguard and Relentless or full roster of Strike Down on a melee weapon? For what? Which chaos spawn is this? Oh, this is the more full health one. Very cool. Get environmental teasers and be happy? No, I really think we're actually getting Dreams of Nurgle in this game. If it had no lore, that would be an improvement. The lore? What lore? What, for Age of Sigmar? Crowd control? What class are we talking? I'm really sorry, you guys. I don't know those like things off the top of my head where it's like Vanguard and Relentless or Strike Down. Oh, on a melee weapon. Yeah, it really depends. And it also depends on what you're looking to do in your play style. Like if you're just going for straight what does the most damage, we get to kill demon tentacles and eyes in several missions. Does that count? Fuck no, that doesn't count. Absolutely not. I want to see a Poxwalker. I want to see Nurglings. I want to see a Plague Toad. I want Poxbringer Rinda. They fucking cock teased us in Vermintide 2. They fucking have to do it for Darktide, or I will go flipping tables and lighting things on fire. It's totally Admonition's goal too, is to get, because they're like, oh, the Abyssal Gate still evades us, High Majestics. We can't get it open. That's a fucking Chaos Gate. They are trying to usher in a demonic incursion. And I guarantee you, before Darktide is done, we will experience in the whole hero's journey, the lowest point in the journey will be that they have succeeded and demons are coming into real space from the warp. And I say guarantee, I don't actually fucking know, but they fucking better. Thoughts on Dread Doggo class? When we get Smell-O-Vision for maximum immersion? That would actually be so fun if they like, if they offered a Smell-O-Vision kit, a game, like, what is it? Bespoke game companion scent kit. Different little candles to light for yourself while you're in different maps. Somebody get Fat Shark on the phone. That's a banger idea. People are too down on Darktide. Vermintide got new factions and classes. Darktide will probably keep getting exciting. Oh yeah, 100% they will. I think that like last year was basically a lot of groundwork for Darktide to really start bringing it with like exciting things. I think that they're still continuing that work. I think that it seems pretty clear that they're still trying to get it ready for what they anticipate to be hopefully a lot of growth in the player base. Because like, why bother going through all the work of resetting up the story and like progression stuff if I'm like, okay, wait, who are they setting this up for? Like who are the anticipated new players here? The game is out on every platform. You know, the player count like does that thing where it peaks and falls and peaks and falls. Overall, the total growth trajectory I wouldn't think is all that big. It makes me think that they have things planned that are really going to be big draws to 40k fans to really get them into the game. Personally, I think that probably looks like Nurgle Demons and Death Guard. Because, like, there have been Nurgle Demons and other demons represented in other 40k games. Space Marine 2, I think, being one of the most high-quality ones that exists currently. But I know I am not the biggest fan of Space Marine 2's gameplay loop. I think that it leaves a lot to be desired, especially compared to Darktide. And I think that there are a lot of people that would start playing the, not only the most high quality 40K FPS in general, but also just one of the best, one of the best PvE FPS games out there. It's gonna be the RBD. There's a cult, Rannick probably. Divine stench of pus and vomit and rotting flesh. Scratch and sniff book? This candle smells like ass. I love it. Oh shit, sorry guys, I didn't realize there was a barrel there. That's my bad.
A foul fusion of flesh.
Boy, a lot of chaos bombs. It must be those things. Banger idea, just like the Barden songbook.
I don't think he likes us very much.
Do not worry. We can kill it.
Don't wipe his head
I
off.
also would kill to work with the Ogren voice actor, or one of the Ogren voice actors. On a, I want a Darktide Christmas book called The Holiday Hogren. Remember that most of the last couple years have been spent getting the game into a decent state. One of the major things RBDs do is police, mayor, governors, nobles, making sure they're enforcing the law. Yeah, I think that that's something potentially we might see more introduced with the RBDs classes, like more on the noble houses. The last time they added an enemy period was over a year ago, and it was the Tox Bomber, which was just a rework, basically a copy of the gas rat from Vermintide 2. And that was in February of last year. In 40K, they don't have Christmas, they have Singular. Yeah, I know. That doesn't mean you can't have the holiday hug remote. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. I hit him so hard, he went to the fucking Shadow Realm. Tox Bomber sucks. Will they only be male? Said they had 3 voices. No, 3 personalities, 6 voices, I thought. I think they fully did them out, just like they did every other class. Bunch of streamers who don't care about the lore at all. They just love the game from a mechanical level, which says a lot about how good it is. It's very true. And personally, I'm okay with that. Let the meta and like gameplay mechanics people, let them keep coming. Leave the lore to me. What are the skulls all over the place? In the Morningstar lobby, or literally here that you're seeing in the mission? So there are 2 different answers. There's a picture of the scene of 4 judges arriving in Dread label. It's going to be Darktide Strike teams for a few months. Oh yeah. We got a new enemy, not faction. What would I like to see? Ooh, that's a really good question. Can I pick a boss fight? Yo, dog, I heard you like skulls. In the missions, so this is the event stuff. For the event, you have to destroy 12,000 tainted skulls. And so enemies across the map, and then also they're just environmentally throughout the map, enemies will either drop them or you can just find them on the map. And then you have to destroy them. Or there are 3 tainted totems found in every level, and whenever you destroy those you get 250 skulls. 12,000, yeah. Definitely making RPDs, but Loner Psycho will always be your goat. Hope Sylvester Stallone is the voice for Dogman. 6 voices, that's what I thought.
For the God Emperor!
Speaking of which,
Regulations 8-1-12.
so Maddie went with the boys route and didn't give us more Dread. Well, I mean, there's 6 voices. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, you mean in the Dread movie. Where are they getting the skulls? Who knows? I mean, there's 90 billion people in Tertium. Who knows how many of them are infected? I should not have taken one of those. I am so sorry. Where do we get to see how many skulls we've smashed? So at this point in the game, anytime there's an event, if you want to see your progression of the event, all you do is hit tab, and then it will show you in mission as the top one. If you're on the Morningstar, I think typically you have to hit E to cycle through the page. But yeah, tab, and then either it'll be there and show you, or hit E, it'll cycle to the next page. Keith Urban? Did I say Keith Urban? Got 1k skulls per mission, so you expect 6 hours of play. Carl Urban, yeah. That's the Dread guy. Why do they specifically need 12k souls? I think it's just a number. That's just their number for like, we want to make this, you know, where you have to grind a little bit, but not too hard. How many do I have? I am on the 6,500 tier. $12k souls because the RBDs is $12. Okay, that's funny. I like that.
The event's really short. I finished the whole thing in like 3 hours yesterday.
They should have split the Aquila rewards instead of all at the end. Well, that's the thing about Darktide. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but they keep trying to bake in things where they basically like they basically are trying to build in things to like make you keep coming back, like to try and incentivize you to keep playing. So that's why it's at the end instead of splitting it, because like you might be satisfied, you might only need like 100 Aquillas or something to buy something that you want, just because like you're missing that amount or whatever. So then it's like, okay, I got to 100, I'm gonna stop. Are the event missions harder than normal versions? A little bit. Just because of the mechanic that comes with the totems. Corn will only take 12k skulls. Off of the RBDs. Bye, Quackamo! Thanks for dropping by and for hanging out. Love a girl that could kill you. Technically, any girl could kill you. 400 is kind of a small amount. Isn't it 500? Splitting it would have made it worse. Well, also, I mean, like, there are certain people that would have stopped after 100. So, stacking them all together incentivizes you to continue through to the end. 16 matches if you get all 3 totems. You play this almost every day. Quick fucking question. Outside of gameplay reasons, how in the living crack can rejects you play survive literally being eaten by the beast of Nurgle? Yeah, they couldn't. Well, outside of gameplay reasons. Oh, so basically the reasoning why we can is because we are protected with the Emperor's blessings. Even though some of the rejects themselves, like the Loner Psyker, like I'm playing right now, for example, and then certain vet personalities are like, yeah, this is all a lot of bullshit. Fuck the Emperor, whatever. The work of like Hadron and Rannick and like the like true loyalists who are like blessing us and decontaminating us and stuff between missions, goes a long way. Do your skulls progress through missions, or do you have to get 12,000 skulls in one match? No, it's a like over X amount of missions thing. I don't think that you could get 12,000 skulls in a single match. Sir, Renault's wife. Oh god. You guys can't fix Cannibal. Step on me, mommy. Good lord. It's hand waving for gameplay. One of the beasts one-shot you in the game by eating you or being around you. It's not fun. I mean, to be completely honest, most things in Darktide should at least infect you. We should be shambling poxwalkers by now, which would have been an interesting thing if they made this like a roguelike or something where they're like, you only get X amount of missions that you can go on before your skin is basically falling directly off your body. The rejects are built different. Yeah, they are. I mean, they also would be named characters if they were in an actual 40k thing. You can stretch out a mission and really take your time. You can get even more souls with hordes. That's true. But 12,000 in a single mission? Waiting to be... Wait. Been waiting to fight a plane marine since day one, even though you know it won't happen? I wouldn't be so sure, Sunny. The miasmic malignifier that is found in the first found in the Habdraco mission, seen a lot of other places now. That is Death Guard terrain, specifically Death Guard terrain. It's not anything else. I personally am not sure if Games Workshop would have signed off on it appearing in the game if Death Guard weren't present somewhere. I also highly suspect that one of the 3 leaders of Admonition is probably a Death Guard or former member of the Death Guard. Either Sorcerer or Demon Prince or something like that. The lift skills are negligible, but it would be faster to just run more missions than camp somewhere. Oh, yeah. Maybe rain just gives everyone essential oils. That's gotta be it. We are named Hadron's varlets. Definitely a Zeech sorcerer having a laugh. Typhus is here because he doesn't give a fuck. I do not think that they would ever give them the license for Typhus. Like, I do not think they would sign off on Typhus. However, it is interesting that the walking clock specifically is Typhus's creation. And it is totally his MO to basically travel the galaxy, go to a planet, set up a fucking cult, and then just fuck off and be like, okay, later days, check on you guys in however many thousands of years. And then go off and do his shit. So I would not be at all surprised if somewhere in Darktide is one of Typhus's buddies that we've never heard of before and is completely unique to Darktide, who is here to do that job. Should you buy Vet Krieg or Psyker? Well, what do you play more, man? Typhus is all later nerds. Yeah, basically. He's like, I'm super cool. I set up this cult. You're my bitches now. Okay, bye. My dad never loved me, so I have to fulfill that void in my life by setting up cults to adore me. I'm not trying. That's this game sometimes. Jimmy the Death Guard. Yeah, exactly. Mob Bopta Phobopolis. Previously hereto unheard of Death Guard, who is super important and totally Typhus's best friend. It's gonna be Necrosius. Hello, Vitriax. I feel like a special operation where you fight a plague marine could work if the first 3/4 of the mission was being chased by him before you could receive support that weakens him. I think that the way to do it would be have a mission like that where you spend like most of the mission fighting him, but instead of waiting to receive support, again, because the rejects can't totally fight a space marine on their own, have it be like you're shooting spots on his armor, where you're like bursting it open and stuff. Bad day you started playing Darktide. It was the Death Guard. Are your Chaos faction of choice? Or Death Guard are getting plagued by generational daddy issues? I mean, what Space Marines aren't? Heretic or loyalists? Typhus's brother, cousin's friend, Tim. Someone he went to Heretic High School with. Necrosius the Undying is an apothecary turned sorcerer who was there when Typhus betrayed the Death Guard. He canonically hates Typhus and is the original zombie leader from Forge World's Imperial Armor series. Ooh. That's a good bet, BD. That's also something, since it's Forge World, is something that they could use that was like truly part of the canon before. That's a damn good call. He's a relatively minor named character, has been in the spotlight for years. Damn. Gameplay doesn't match the lore? What are you talking about, Godzilla? For a Death Guard fight? Of course it does. Oh wait, a special operation where the objective is get the fuck out and we have a timer like Rolling Steel. What do you mean the gameplay doesn't match the lore? Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this on call. Salamanders are pretty well off, plus Vulcan technically is alive, sort of.
How's no longer a problem? My thanks.
Space Marines being faster, stronger, more battle specialized? That's complete. First of all, both in lore and point for point on the tabletop, which is the measuring device I prefer because the lore is total bullshit and a moving target and is inconsistent between source to source. Ogrins can 1v1 a Space Marine easily. Guardsmen have 1v1 Space Marines, much less veteran guardsmen, much less psychers, much less etc, etc, etc. Also, Death Guard are slower than any other Space Marine. It is complete and utter horseshit, the idea that the rejects couldn't take on a Space Marine. It is categorically untrue by any measuring stick, whether it be the lore or the tabletop. But exception isn't the world, except for the fact that you can have 4 Ogrins on your strike team. That's not the exception whenever that's one of the core player classes of the game. Didn't a tribal with a wood spear kill a word bearer? Yeah. Like, Space Marines in the lore are so all over their place. They're either unkillable gods or you look at them and they fall down. It just depends on what the particular author wants to happen in their story. Morrow did brain a world leader with a little scout pack of like guardsmen. Like, if anything, I actually thought it was really interesting that they chose that for one of Morrow's memories, because I honestly think since most of those memories they're all relevant to what's happening in the story, except for specifically that section. And that I really think is setting up like, okay, look, Morrow did this before with a pack of basic guardsmen. Chaos Marines can be killed. I think that's how that's going to pay off. You feel like that's just Games Workshop silliness, as opposed to literally anything else having to do with Space Marine lore, man. I don't know. I'm not with you on that one, Godzilla, and I never will be. I'm sorry. SWR24, V, and Bona Tempora, you guys are up. You may have to leave the queue. That's fine. Just use exclamation point leave if you want to. Plague War, there's a whole section of guardsmen fighting the Death Guard while holding. Check out the miasmic things. Necrosis Warband, Apostles of Contagion, tends to be dirty white, dirty pale yellow. Beatty, I think you nailed it. One of Mara's memories taking down Chaos Marine. Unkillable Gods is just propaganda. Well, I mean, it really is. Again, it depends. It really depends on like what you're reading or what you're watching or what game you're playing. Every single piece of media, either the author or creator or whatever, handles it differently. Yeah, so essentially like 40K isn't a continuous canon, it's a setting, and everything is as real as you can believe any propaganda is. From any side, because every story from every perspective is just the propaganda version of that particular group's perspective. Space Marine versus Kevin McAllister in his old house, in his own house. Yes. I'm not betting on the Space Marine there. To be fair, a lot of Death Guard warbands are off-white and pale yellow, so it's not concrete evidence. What song plays in the Morningstar? Right now, it is the level 30 cutscene song. I believe they also played this for Skulls last year. Modern norm is, again, completely arbitrary. It's not even the propaganda, man. Again, that's why I just kind of throw all of the like the lore perspective out of the window, because it's all bullshit. Like, even if you don't look at it in universe as like, oh well, it's all just propaganda, it is literally completely based on whoever is creating that piece of media, their personal opinions and thoughts and feelings on specific characters and groups and factions. I personally think that the tabletop is the best measuring stick for trying to determine these things, and on the tabletop it is completely doable. It's completely doable that 4 guardsmen could kill a single space marine. It's completely doable that an Ogren can 1v1 a space marine. How do you check how many you popped? Oh, the skulls. Hold tab if you're on the Morning Star. If it's showing you your weeklies, hit E to cycle to the next page. If you're in mission, hold tab, it should show it to you. You heard 2 normal guardsmen held off multiple Chaos Space Marines and Traitor Guardsmen for a month. Who would win between Space Marine, Incredible Hulk, Superman, and a Demon House? No worries, Tuxedo Boy. Just use exclamation point leave. That'll drop you out of the queue. Couple new musics 1 year, the Morning Star. They're not new. That's literally the level 30 cutscene song. Tabletop ideas, since the rules are there to make things fair. I mean, that's fair. I just personally find it a much more valuable measuring stick compared to, like, if you were to say, like, if we were to be like, okay, let's take some, like, really wimpy, like, the crappiest unit out of the Imperium. I don't even know what that would be. I'm sure it isn't Guardsmen, though. And say, like, okay, let's pit them against the Space Marine. I would say, probably not. But I do think that taking, like, you know, whenever you consider everything as equal, again, being that the, like, do you have any idea how frightening veteran guardsmen are? Much less veterans that survive the amount of shit that our veterans survive. How unholy terrifying that would be to any character in, like, in one of the Black Library books or something like that. Like, our characters are not just your average smucks. They are not actually 4 crackheads with a flashlight. These are serious threats to anything and everyone they come across, especially whenever they're banded together. Conscript?
Another victory for the faithful.
Feeling a little karma yet, Zealot?
New York with Sub-2s and Rangers, IRL. A Space Marine probably and a ODA platoon. Okay, but do they have plasma guns? Ghost Riders are kind of dumb because they don't know how to write superhumans. Well, nobody. That's always the pitfall of anything. It's also like having... It's like the Gravemind in Halo and how poorly that was written. Whenever you have a character that's supposed to be like omniscient and incredibly powerful and so much smarter than a human could ever fathom to be, but your writer is a regular human, they're always going to end up doing something stupid that makes that character feel absolutely ridiculous because, like, no person can achieve that because nobody is that. Only setting where Games Workshop is actively balancing things and still informed by implications of lore. Fair. Halo books versus the games are wildly different. What are the boneheads? DLC isn't gonna be free? Nope. We stuck to interpretation of the books. Ogren should be unable to interact with any of the interactable objectives since they clearly... I can't keep track. Damn it, the chat's going too fast. Player character and rotator took on a Chaos Marine. There's a small party, nobody really takes issue with that. That's the thing too, is that like, I don't think the Rogue Trader necessarily has as big of an audience as Darktide, and I think that the audience for Rogue Trader tends to be more willing to accept and agree with creative license, or the fact that like Space Marines aren't omniscient, impossibly unkillable gods, and they're instead just flawed humans that have been juiced up with like samples of their dad's jizz. Maybe treat him more like a plot device rather than a character. I don't know. I'm also not a Space Marine fan. I find Space Marines to be the least interesting thing about 40k. But a Death Guard isn't. Death Guard are literally incredibly slow. Like, on the Space Marine scale, aren't they the slowest by far? People forget how insane their reach is. Warcraft also has this problem. I mean, every franchise has that problem, more or less. Any franchise that gets mega popular that also features a group or a character that is supposed to be unbelievably, or is... I don't even want to say that Space Marines are intended to be unbelievably omnisciently powerful. They are supposed to be incredibly powerful compared, like, superhuman. You know, preternaturally or whatever. But they're also supposed to be flawed in human characters, which is part of how they're weak. It's part of what leads to their downfall, like the whole Achilles thing. Weird how StarCraft is so similar to 40k, right? Right, well, it's because StarCraft was originally supposed to be a 40k game, but they like couldn't get the licensing or something. They're changing up the story. Difficult. They are going to be restructuring the story in Darktide, yes, and the progression too. It sounds like they're going to take the existing levels and trying to turn it more into a proper campaign with like having the missions go in a specific order and everything. Left Games Workshop and went to Blizzard. Okay, that's what it was. Talking to a friend, apparently Games Workshop has been pushing RPGs generally. They release new figs, pushing them across most of their platforms. I mean, it's their biggest moneymaker. Makes more sense why Darktide went with them as the new classes. Oh, RPGs. Sorry, I was thinking of Sardes for some reason. I had like a stroke there. I kind of like Protoss more than Eldar. Eldar are too elfy. Well, that's because they are the Eldar. Firefall. Story guide, one of the main artists, but it was a key dude early on. Interesting.
You see that trapper? Settle down, it's dead. No bad, free. No bad. They are everywhere.
Goal time!
Embrace your doom.
Did one of the Psyker boys talk about the RBDs? Not that I'm aware of. As far as I'm aware, they've never really been talked about. They've talked about Enforcers. Enforcers are not RBDs. Need more space in your elves, though. OG 40k had Skaven, Dwarves, and the whole thing. Well, they still have squats. They never put Skaven in. Yes, but actually, no.
Ascender D16 relocated. Continue on, varlets.
At least right now, Blizzard trying to explain stuff more in game than using books. Got to explore books, which basically tells you how the world functions. Built in game. But the Cataclysm era or vanilla in the main continent. Vanilla's like 20 years old. Oh, at least. Okay, so the interactions with the Savant Psyker we're gonna have with the Arbites. Yeah, that'll be interesting. Honestly, I think that the Arbites are probably gonna look down a lot. I mean, there'll probably be at least one personality that isn't a total dick. But most of the Arbites are probably gonna be like, oh, you were an enforcer? That's cute. Because, like, that's basically local police or even, like, a step above neighborhood watch compared to being a fed. It's more like local police. That neighborhood watch thing was uncalled for on my part. But yeah, I have a feeling that the Arbites will be less than impressed.
We slaughtered the hound. Shoot their simpletons!
They say there's a world somewhere. WHF. I'm sorry, my slow brain isn't picking up on what that acronym is. I'm sure once you say it, I'll be like, oh, I'm so stupid. Hard to remember the 40K used to be wild and goofy. Yeah, it was 100% supposed to be satire. And then as time has gone on, it has become more and more serious, cryptarch. It's not as implied to have been imprisoned for refusing to be a dirty cop. Yeah, but still, I have a feeling that an RBD, again, depending on the personality traits, I'm sure that there will be at least one that isn't a dick, but a lot of them will probably be like, oh, that's cute. You think you think that you know what my job is like? Oh, you're an idiot. I don't want to work with no fucking bitch ass baby local police. Definitely gonna be some AAAB. FBI, open up. Potato, you're in the queue. RBDs are fucking feds. They are. They're the alphabet boys. Whole comical intent explains why you had Portland-like vibe. Played Darktide at first? Yes. Fat Shark is much better. I really appreciate Fat Shark games, not only because like it's very clear in both their Vermintide games and in Darktide that they are not only fans of Warhammer themselves, but they have a very good understanding of the lore and everything like that. They know how to take current stuff, old stuff, you know, how to kind of mesh it all together in a final product that fits really, really, really well in the existing setting. But then also, not only they do the whole grimdark thing really well, but they also do the satire thing really well. Fat Shark just, mwah, they fucking get it whenever it comes to Warhammer. And that's part of what I appreciate about them so much. I want to close the queue at this point? Oh, fuck. BD, you can do that. You can exclamation point close since you're an mod. Love Fat Shark. They should release more updates and listen more to us. I think that what they're doing right now shows that they are listening. And I think that quarterly updates is a perfectly reasonable update schedule. So as long as they can keep up on that, I think that we'll be golden from this point forward. Hate satire. Just so tired and dumb. What do you mean? Like, oh yeah, an entire, like, time-tested, beloved genre of comedy. God, so sick of it. There's a lot of different things satire can look like. I think they're just saying, like, blanket statement. I hate satire. I mean, you hate satire, man. You hate satire, but unless you're being satirical by saying that. Oh shit. Let me not run into a demon house. Well, maybe he was fucking... Okay, look, they don't have tones of thought. Maybe he was being sarcastic. Maybe he was not being sarcastic. Hey man, to each their own. I think that satire is probably here to stay though as a core concept of comedy. No, BD, I mean, like, if you see that things are getting to it, because, like, I'm just over here vibing, man. So if you see that the queue is getting bananas and we only have like 2 hours of stream left, by all means, take the license. I hand you the keys to the kingdom. Close the queue for me if I'm not doing it. Look, you're the only one here that actually lives with me. You and the kiddo. So if you're just like, I do not want to wait for this bitch to be done before we go do something, you close that queue. You tell me what's up. You are the Lex, exactly. Don't deserve the beat, demon host. Barely got any sleep. It's supposed to be controversial. It touches on actual atrocities and dogma. It's supposed. What? Warhammer is supposed to be controversial? Well, I think it also probably depends on like what the source is that you're like seeing it from, right? There's like really heavy-handed satire, and then there's satire where you're just like, it's subtle. It's like everybody knows what the joke is, but the joke itself is still funny. Like Tim Curry's delivery in Red Alert. Golden satire. Funny as fuck and a beautiful piece of art on its own. Also very excellent satire in general. It is easy to do it wrong. I don't know, just the statement itself, I wasn't expecting it. I was just like, wait, was that satire? I don't even know anymore. How meta are we going now? You read Games Workshop, people agree. See, I don't like that though. Whenever you take something that's like literally built around a concept of supposed to be making fun of fascism, and then instead you're just like, okay, but like we're tired of the satire of it now. It's like, okay, so we don't want to be poking fun at fascism anymore. We just want to be building a fascist dystopia? That doesn't seem like a good idea. I'm not down with that. And I think that you see that reflected a lot in some of the, shall I say, old guard of 40K's fan base. I think that you start treading in some concerning water there on your messaging whenever you take the humor away from the fascist universe that you're building. RBD Zub's early access. The whole space, yeah, the only place untouched by the corruption of capitalism thing. His whole thing in Red Alert was amazing. Yeah, but I mean, like, that's kind of at the core of Warhammer, isn't it? Like, the whole thing with the Imperium is literally that they're a horrible fascist dictatorship. And that's, like, the core of Warhammer's whole thing. And that's what the satire and other things were built based around. And it just, I don't know. I'm just kind of like, I don't know how I feel about taking the satire out of that. A lot more buried, especially from an outsider's perspective. Oh yeah, Helldivers 2 is like deeply satirical. Naming yours RBD's Nicholas Angel. For a second I thought you were gonna say Nick Cage. Helldivers 2 gets the flack for the same. See, and that's why I like people who say like, oh, they should go more grimdark with Helldivers. I'm not on board with that either. I'm very anti-grimdark for Helldivers. People who are like, I want to see a new faction that's like, dissidents, human dissidents, and we just go and like mow down like waves of people. I'm just like, ew. No. I don't think we could be getting it any less. You won't see the Aquillas sweat in 40K. I love Helldivers. I think it's perfect.
Redemption is at hand.
Sanction Redactor's target.
Ning and Arbides, you're most likely going to name them difficulty tweak.
Elevator 3.
Are we also going to have a new map on the 23rd? As far as I can tell, no.
Forward.
Well, what do you think is at the core of a lot of, not all, but especially certain specific fascist dictatorships? Control through religious, doctrine is usually a hallmark of it. Based on Starship Troopers, yeah. So that area we were showed wasn't a new area? No, that seemed to be like Hab Draco or somewhere in the torrent.
That's quite enough out of you, Rager. Rager, down. Take sniper. We appear to have killed the trapper.
Ammo! Heads down!
We do not fear the bomber. The path goes down.
Think the dog will pee on the tree? We can only hope. That actually would be amazing if they did that, especially since the dog is more organic and less cybernetic. I was expecting them to go more cybernetic and lean on older stuff, but apparently the new stuff for RBDs, they basically always have like a mostly organic, cybernetic enhanced dog. Because if it was the fully cyborg dog, I'd be like, well, maybe they would like eject oil onto it or something. He will pee oil. Well, the dog itself looks like mostly a real dog, with just like some cyber legs and stuff. Doggo herbicide, the dog pees Roundup. That would be amazing. That's really cool that I targeted that guy behind me somehow.
Key clearance elevated. No, for the elevator.
There we go. Guess the dog will not be an optional choice. Based on how it reads so far, kind of seems not. But who knows? Bye, Vitriax! Stay safe, have fun!
No more sniper.
Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow.
Praise the God Emperor. Healing is to be ours.
Hello, Dr. Dead Inside.
One should never ask why vermin nest where they do, but still I am curious. Why a prison?
Oh, yeah. They've said that there will be, like, customizations and cosmetics for the dog. I'm pretty sure. Are you waiting for a mission with the elephant? He blew his nose into his hands. You never know. Possibility there will be other tools used by the extractor. It's a possibility. I think if they were going to include cyber falcons and stuff like that, they would have included that in like the very brief overview that we got. But we do know, so there's going to be a cyber dog and apparently some kind of like floating vox speaker that will help do suppression. I'm kind of wondering if that will be something similar to like Zealot Chorus. Oh shit, that may have been me. My flames are dangerous. That's just means the dog ability will be Blitz ability. What we scream through the comm system will be our ability. Probably? Hello, Liam! It's going good. We're just doing some event runs, farming those skulls. Holding out hope to attack out up with a servo skull. I think it's possible, especially since they're giving the RBDs like a different story opening and everything. I think it's making things like AdMech in the future feel a little more possible, even if Dark Mech ends up being involved in Darktide or not. Gray of D&D and 6. No worries. Shadow Wizard, if you need to dump out, don't worry. Just use exclamation point join. That'll drop you out of the queue. Good job, team! Cyber Falcon is more of a rogue trader thing. It is also an Arbites thing. It is very much, at least in like Dark Heresy and stuff like that, it was canonically an Arbites thing. Up next, we have Jazzy, Let Me Bake, and Brandman the 39th. You guys are up. Well done, team. Cyber Falcon Darktide title? Oh, is there a title for it? I've never swapped out my title or anything. I've hardly ever even looked at them. Let's see here. How am I doing on the event? On to the 9,000 tier. Dope. RBDs are off the meta style, packing shockmaul and shotgun. Yeah, I don't, like I said, I'm pretty sure that if they were going to give us those things, they probably would have said it in like the very, very brief overview, but need to work on your Darktide titles? You want to get Shift Lead Primus? If they tech up the dog enough, we could get the best of both worlds. The dog could be a tech priest. That's going to be the next class. You just get to upgrade your dog enough to the point where they become a tech priest. The blue one. Oh, blue one. Okay. I'll have to look into that. Looking forward to shield gun. Hopefully we can get a shield grenade gauntlet. Hey, Batcat, thank you so much for 5 gifted memberships. Hard for you. Party popper time. Oh, God. Wait, I'm sorry. Was that not... Who is this then? How many of you guys have copied my character? It's Bran. Of course it is. I was going to say, is that Bran who did that? Hang on, I have party poppers for you. Jazzy, Let Me Bake. You guys are up. 1. 2. 3 party poppers. Getting these out of the bag is so difficult sometimes. 4. Oh, Jesus, that one went off easy. I'm sorry, I swear that doesn't usually happen. 5 party poppers. Build a tech priest update. Fun nerding out. No, 40K. I mean, that's the beauty of 40K is that there's always a different perspective. Do you know where I've heard the next update? Darktide bring the vet update they said previously. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised because they're also going to be doing some story overhauls. No worries, Jazzy. Let me bake. Let me bake. Are you still here? If the shield maul, shield shotgun are the melee and range weapon slots respectively, does that mean you can always have a shield up? I don't know. We'll have to wait for more gameplay information on it. By the Emperor, a new power has been awoken. Cool seeing you on the Mystery Slaughtertide News Network. It was an honor to be there. I was really stoked that he even asked me. I was just like, what? You want me to like talk with you guys about Darktide stuff? Granted, like I've said before, I'm not much of a like meta person, but insight for like lore and things. 100%. That's also part of why I appreciate Fat Shark so much, because like they take the things that are older and unused. Like I still think that there is, not necessarily spelled outright, but I do think that they leaned a little bit on the Ordo Sepulturum thing that has been like, it was from what, 10 years ago now, and then kind of dropped and nothing done with it. And I don't think that we'll ever see or hear the words Ordo Sepulturum, but I think that like the elements of it, the ideas from it are here in Darktide. And I love that Fat Shark does that shit. Well, actually, meme. Upgrade the dog to fly like a dino mutt. Meta gets so boring. Well, whenever I say like a meta guy, I mean just like E and Jefficus both. They know those like gameplays and mechanics and things really, really well. And I know some of it, but just like it isn't my wheelhouse where I'm strongest. I think that Let Me Bake is probably gone, so I'm going to remove them from the queue for now. And to replace them... Oh, fuck, I have my caps on. Fucking yelling in the chat over here. Lord Pingu! Lord Pingu, you would be up. You and E are my primary Darktide outlets. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it was fun. I hope... So E and I had a bet where if the teaser was dog class RPDs, then and he was right because that was his prediction. I had to make a lore video about Mr. E. And if I was right and it was Gene Stealers, then he had to make a class analysis of the Joe class in Darktide like he did for like Tanner. Oh, do you want to see the queue right now? Here, give me a second here, Lord, and I will get that for you. Here is how the queue currently stands. Crazy Tanner saved Ogren. Do a true satire vid on him. I legit believe E is actually his little dog. That's actually brilliant. I've been trying to think of an angle how, like, because essentially what I do with a lot of my lore videos is I like look at the topic that I want to cover and I'm like, okay, what's the story in here? And so I've been ruminating over that with Mr. E. That's not a bad one. What have I missed over on the Twitch side while I've been yammering? Alpha Legion Spy. Oh, back into her. Saki, you were like, wait, that's the funny Darktide lady? How's the new event work? So Teehee, you go to the mission board, and if it has to be the regular mission board. They appear on both Auric and regular level missions. You're looking for missions that have the little Inquisition symbol and like the hexagon on them. Whenever you go into those missions, there will be skulls with like green glow around them that you'll find environmentally throughout the levels, and then also all enemies can randomly drop them when killed, and they'll have an interact option and they'll say destroy. So like you can destroy all those. There are also 3 skull totems to be found throughout each level, and they heal enemies around them, and then also whenever you go to start attacking them, it will either spawn a wave of elite enemies or a monstrosity. But whenever you destroy those totems fully, it gives you 250 skulls, and you have to get a total of 12,000 skulls before the event is over. Destroy 12,000 skulls in order to get the final level. You know, Ephraim is Havoc 40 runs, but who is he? He was born the runt of his litter. He helped you build an Ogren. He's rad. He's so nice. There's only like an hour 30 left. Yeah. So if you want to get in, Lord, stick around, because if anybody doesn't show up, I'll end up backfilling. I need to make a lore video on Tanner. Yeah, sorry, Wizard. It's currently closed. Oh, hey, on deck is Ace, Cthulhu, and Maciek. Gotta grab some groceries they have to drop. Use exclamation point leave. That will... Yeah, there you go. You got it. No worries, though. I'll be back tomorrow at noon Pacific time again. So same time I started today, I'll be starting tomorrow. And we'll be starting with Karnak hard mode runs if anybody still needs that. No.
I will not exist! Scab shotgunner! Typical. The enemy has the best ground. Take shelter!
makes me think. Batman line. Not the hero we deserve, but the hero we need. Isn't it?
Kill the hound.
Not the hero we need, but the hero we deserve. I get what you're saying though.
But there is the eyes beneath.
You know, we'll see. We'll see if Tanner ever comes back. Oh shit.
Scab leather. I have a shield.
Bad dog. I really wonder how they're going to handle your dog getting hurt. I feel like the mic ability of the RBDs would have a mix of Vet's voice of command over and taunt ability. I kind of wonder if it'll act more like because it's from the blurb again. This is all based on like the very short blurbs of things, but it kind of sounded like it was supposed to bring enemy suppression. So I kind of wonder if it's going to be more like the Zealot's Chorus.
You have a knack for this, sibling.
But we shall see. I'm looking forward to Fat Shark giving us hopefully both a devlog and a gameplay trailer on it. We hope the dog is invincible. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm like, I can't really imagine them. Like, I could see maybe at worst your dog gets like put out of commission for a minute. Maybe it's like Necromunda hired gun. That's been another big hypothesis where it's like it's a temporary thing, isn't it? I just can't really, I guess maybe like you could call your dog and it just comes bounding up to you from somewhere else in the map. Class should have been free. I don't know. They had to pull in 6 voice actors, do a whole bunch of writing, and writing that specifically considers like not only all the different unique conversations per missions, but between the existing strike team members and stuff, and like keep track of it and everything. I think that a fair amount of work went into it where it's reasonable to say this could be expected to be paid for. Just on like a talent perspective. I don't care about like giving 10-cent money or stuff. I hope they're paying the talent with that money. Or recouping their costs from having paid the talent well with that money. Do you want Darktide 2? That's how you get Darktide 2. Fair. Well, we'll see if Darktide 1 ever ends up. I mean, not to say that it isn't already a good game. We'll see if Darktide ever ends up reaching the potential that it has.
You're quite certain you've identified the correct location, Sergeant Major?
If it's like Sienna Skillabros, you might be able to give your commands like pole position. Yeah, I think so. You are up next, Ace. It's so on deck is you, Cthulhu 625, and Maciak. Obviously the dog is going to be a grenade. I don't. It's gonna be like the open nuke. What? Your dog just explodes.
Myself except.
There's this little thing called the Secretary's Maledictor making warp travel chancey. Gonna be a while before we see any outside assistance.
Interesting. I've never heard that particular interaction before.
That's the ranger attendant.
A furry missile. Hope they keep building Darktide instead of making Dark. Oh yeah, I think we have a long time before Darktide itself is ever sunset. Vermintide 2 bonus classes were $4 to $5. In theory, RBDs should have talent builds for $3. Well, also, you could buy the premium version of the Vermintide 2 classes, and those were like $13. And those came with extra cosmetics and stuff. And I think that they're just doing that as just like a whole kit and caboodle with the Darktide ones.
Who will lead us in prayer?
Darktide 2 could be warranted if they switch engines, and I think they are. From what I've heard, they're now building things in Unreal 5. That shield and maul is gonna make you feel like a little ogre. for his favorite little Oberyn. Yeah, wild how inefficient this game isn't using hardware correctly. I do think that this engine is kind of in the same place where like Bethesda has been with the whole like creation kit engine, where it's just like it's very painfully obvious that the engine itself is in a dilapidated state and they really shouldn't be doing what they're doing with it anymore, and they desperately need a switch. Technically, our beanies will be 3 Vermintide 2 classes, so the price makes sense. Well, also, again, too, if they're just doing, like, more cosmetics and customizations and stuff, compared to, like, having a premium version to buy like they did with Vermintide, I think that also considered makes it more reasonable. Pay for some goddamn holographic sights on your gun. Unreal 5 makes you sad. It definitely has its problems. You'll be expected to buy the cosmetics. Well, that's true, but I mean, like, essentially not off, like, having a bundle that has non-premium cosmetic shop options that you can unlock with the gold, but having more of them instead of buying, like, an upgraded version for that. Sup, Blackstone? Darktide uses the same engine as Helldivers. Yes, it does, which explains all the sound problems. I really, whatever they're using for sound, because I think both games use also the same stuff for like their sound design and stuff like that too. Because it uses, it's owned by Autodesk now. Stingray. It uses Stingray. Silent Trapper is a favorite. Hello, Samurai.
That's better. So much calmer. Agent! Be gone from my sight. Rager's dead. I prefer his mind that way. Emperor, hear me! Ha. Tranquility comes a step closer.
If he doesn't do something the engine does well, though, I wonder how Unreal 5 will handle it. I don't know. That's a good question. Honestly, one of my favorite things about this engine is how weighty melee combat feels. It feels like a proper weight and animation style. A lot more skulls in the Morning Star? Yes, it's for the Skulls event. They're gonna have it for probably around a week or so as a celebration of the Warhammer Skulls thing. Kind of sucks at density. Look at Starship Troopers and Extermination. Oh, is that one in Unreal? I've never played that one, but it is in my library. 16 more days? Yeah. Oh, there you go. Been under a rock for a while. What's all this about skulls? Skulls event? Skulls on the Morning Star? Skulls for the event? Do we need clarification on all of the above? What can I help you with? It's an Unreal 5. I'll have to take a look at it then, because I would be curious. I don't think I've played many things that are made in Unreal 5 besides like the Oblivion remake. Been a letdown. You have 749 UE5 still poops that a lot in this rank. Yeah. So there's an in-game event right now to destroy skulls that you find in levels. And whenever you get to the final tier, you get awarded an insignia cosmetic and also 500 Aquillas. Skulls for the Skull Throne? Obviously, yes. So, no, skulls for the Golden Throne. We're not heretics. We're not heretics here. I like what they did with Oblivion and Unreal Engine 5. However, I will say yes. So I have a fucking beast of a PC, and it runs rough in certain areas. We like our corn here in Nebraska. Why did I say that like I'm from Boston? I meant to go for Midwest. My voice did something different. Milk for the cornflakes. Still, yeah. It's still the let's see, at that time it wasn't creation. They called it, fuck, I can't remember. But yeah, it's still that old engine, and then Unreal 5 is just doing the cosmetic facelift over it. But even still, like, I'm just saying, like, for the visuals and stuff, it still runs fucking rough in patches. Hello, Inquisitor, like, leave an anonymous type. No, there's no reason to do that. So, I can get one of two specific weapon skins for weapons you don't use, or one of two med trinkets. Or you could just wait and not get something and save it for the next rotation. Oh, you guys got it up here.
Impressive work, Piker. Yes,
Everything seems to be going well everywhere. Well done, team. Hey, Gertrude completed Frenzied Killer. That's not me, though. That's Imposter Trude.
the dog's dead. Amon, your days are numbered, Buster.
I'm reading instability in the Vox signal. Traitor interference or a natural phenomena? I've told you, sir, this junk's always falling apart.
No.
Medipack.
Everything else is for you guys. Clone. Imposter. Clone Trude. I'm the true Trude.
There's something funny going on.
That's so funny you guys have started doing that.
Hello? Morning Star? It's no good.
It always looks so fuzzy. I can definitely see what you mean, especially like environmental stuff. Like trees. Now there's 3 of them. Yeah, Dahuasi. That's why I was like, wait, why did Dahuasi join? I didn't call them. And then I looked and it was Bran. And I was like, of course it was Bran. I'm gonna start getting confused on who I am anymore.
The burst is gone. Ranger. What? Ranger.
It seems I wasn't imagining that Vox stutter after all. Still, the strike team came through alive. Never doubted.
Who's the girthiest of Trudes?
As
Well, I'm-
Emperor Protect.
okay, I was going to say something, then I thought better of it. Now I'm back on the point where I'm like, I'll just say it. We need to have a girth off.
The Ranger's no longer a problem. Ranger! I see a Ranger!
Beanie Dub just came and opened up the door and gave me a look after saying that. Can't say that your grandma's nickname was Trude or Trudy, short for Trude. That's a cool name. I like that. Who up girthing there, Trude?
Ah, that's the end of the Ranger.
Just be thankful I don't use my zealot more often.
I am not afraid to
Girth off to Ogren's definitely gonna win.
judgment, brother. It's a burst.
You have an ogre named Girth. Can he compete? I'll allow it. Oh, I see. How far away in the queue are you, David Stoddard? So there's this team, then there's another one, then you would be up again. He's the mascot.
Another obstacle. The path of the faithful is strewn with such.
I'm gonna put this down here. There's no good reason not to. I know there's Medica there, but whatever Fat Shark does in this chapter must be known. I think at this point they're probably pretty secure in working with him. I would think. I mean, didn't the original Vermintide? Didn't he do the original Vermintide, or was it only Vermintide 2?
Can anyone cover the Ogren?
Good job. The uplink re-established.
Outrageous action! It's time there's watching!
Pretty sure you did all 3 games. That's what I thought. And I mean, one of the things that they get the most compliments for and also get nominated for award-wise every single year, every single game is the soundtrack. So I think it would be quite silly of them. What is the Necromancer class like in Vermintide 2? It's pretty cool. So it's very Psyker based because it belonged only to Sienna, which is essentially the Psyker version in Vermintide. But you got a staff that you would summon skeletons with. And then, or maybe it's just like a power that would summon skeletons. Anyways, you summon skeletons. And then you could set them to different modes, like a defense mode, defending a specific area, follow you and attack anything that they see. You could go set them on specific enemies. So essentially, like, you were able to direct them to do a pretty well-rounded kit of melee combat. And then they would, if they got destroyed, they would just fall apart and you could resummon them. Affability summon them, thank you. Really pay attention to a lot of Darktide songs or remixes of Vermintide songs? Are they really? Okay, which... I don't know which game you'll be able to get in. What do you mean, War Machine? Do you want me to tell you where you're at in the queue? You would be just after David Stoddard's one, so you're 3 strike teams out, I think that would mean.
No! You merely fear that which you cannot understand!
I think that we might get through everybody by the end.
We never doubted we'd have our work cut out for us.
Oh wait, that's a... Oh right, you can't do those with melee anymore. So do you think we can see Admonition and the Mobian 6 turn on each other and have some fighting at some point? I do. I think that if Fat Shark doesn't intend... So one of the things where I was like, here's why Gene Stealers would make more sense compared to another minion class is because in their dev blog that they put out about Sienna's Necromancer class and the Skeleton Warriors, however long ago, like however many years ago, whatever that came out, one of the things that they said was like, so all the work that they did and how they made the minions in essentially a different code and design space from just like regular NPC bots, they were like, so now we have some stuff in place for enemies fighting enemies, and we're excited to use that in the future. We have never seen that come to fruition yet in Vermintide 2 or so far in Darktide, though I do think that their whole like we're excited to use this in the future is more geared toward like being a Darktide statement. If they don't intend to bring something in like Gene Stealers, which would be diametrically opposed to a Nurgle cult, and they would definitely fight, I do think that having the Mobian 6th and the cult fall apart and start fighting each other would probably be the way that would go for them to use that in that way.
Is this as fast as you can go? I'm certain that now is not the time. Don't needle distract.
Yeah, exactly. Also planted the seed throughout the story. Oh shit, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were so close to that. Is it too late to join the queue? Yes, unfortunately. But Bale, if you want to stick around just in case we have a whole bunch of people no-show, and have a chance to backfill, definitely do that. Gotta leave for dinner prep. Need my slot to somebody who can join? Yeah, totally, Shadow Dragon. You would be in the queue with War Machine, so yeah, I'll make sure. So, Bale, if you want Shadow Dragon spot, you can do that. Thinking about RBDs will be, they will have Carapace armor, which should mean they're taking like Crusher. I'm not sure if they'll make the armor functional, because that would make them pretty a huge step above. Bye, Shadow Dragon! Stay safe, have something delicious. New Doom soundtrack isn't bad. You like the metal music. There's no personality in the songs. You immediately recognize the only thing they fear is you or Immortal Imperium. Wait, what?
I'll keep your distance.
Thinking class might lean in on the armor part? Maybe. Maybe. I just don't know if it's reasonable to expect that the armor would be anything but visual. Loki would love to have more elite special variants if they decide to do some infighting like Riddled Admonition Ogre Crusher or Bulwark. Yeah, look, whether you loved or hated the Life Leeches or Storm Sorcerers from Vermintide 2, they definitely had more going on mechanically in Vermintide 2 compared to Darktide. That is straight up missing. Things that, like, you know, enemies... Oh, fuck! I did not realize that was there. Things that would... the mechanics that they would do would demand that you change how you're moving through the battlefield and how you're doing combat and stuff like that, and I miss that. Don't have Mick this time. Oh yeah, Mick Gordon.
Or you could do your job properly the first time, perhaps.
Well, they also fucked Mick Gordon over too. Armadillo building mechanic would be interesting. It was functional. That's part of why I'm such an advocate for, like, can they please put Gene Stealers or Nurgle Demons or something else into this game? Because, like, all we have is just, like, range combat and a lot of melee combat. There's nothing else. And it needs it. It really needs it. Want to eat RBDC, I'll stop resisting while you're beating the light of the Emperor into a cultist. Maybe slaughter enemies do very little damage, but it can wear down over time. I feel like that would be, I mean, maybe. I don't think it's impossible, but just thinking about the way that Darktide plays and how fast-paced it's supposed to be, and the mechanics that exist for other classes, I don't know. I suppose it's possible. I mean, I think part of the reason why they're doing such a different, unique class, it's also going to get its own, like, story tree, entry point, whatever, and stuff, is to experiment. So, whatever. A lot of one is that they usually stuff without credit tried to end our pay. I think it was mostly the pay. I think they fucked him over payment wise. I'm just seeing the Mulbians being more precise and using actual attackers while I'm using more rituals. Yes, I agree. I think that'd be a really good way to do it.
Conspiracy and heresy go hand in hand. Grendel will not be happy. Nor will Grendel be surprised.
This beast is filled with heretical wrath!
Just keep making it weaker.
Fighting it head on is this folly!
Disgusting.
I'd be sick of Mick Gordon did a few tracks for Darktide. I think it's a little off. I think that like heavy metal approach, not to say that he couldn't change his style, because I think Mick Gordon had done other things too. But just whenever I think Mick Gordon, it's that like heavy metal kind of stuff. Maybe. I could especially see that being good for specific maps. I know that they wanted to go for a very like industrial vibe for Darktide. He handed his music to a different composer, edited a lot, and then put his name next to Mix on the credits. They also never fully paid him. Yeah, I think that I think most of his issues are around like the whole they didn't pay him thing. At least what they said they were going to pay him. You'd say something like Sabaton with the Touch of Darktide thing could be great. Maybe for Darktide too if they end up doing that. Rogue Trader soundtrack is very underrated. I need to play a Rogue Trader. Get Desperate Kid on a Quake game? Oh god.
So much for that crap! Rager's dead. I prefer his mind that way.
New map and final problem. Plan on factory also Molten's turner on. We have to avoid falling items, falling into molten slug. That would be so fucking cool. Don't you threaten me with a good time. Oh, fuck. Did they really not finish getting you up? That's so cool. Thank you, game. Getting back into the game after a very long time. How is the Forest Greatsword? Is it viable on higher difficulty things? Yes. Especially if you get, I can't remember if it's a blessing or what on it. I think it is a blessing where it acts as a shield against bullets whenever you hold your block. If you plan on doing Havoc, I would highly recommend that, even though I don't use it. At this point, I'm kind of locked in with like all my muscle memory and stuff, especially whenever I stream. That's a blessing. Yeah. Force Great Sword and Relic Blade are so fun. They're really the only weapons you use. They're really cool.
Most welcome.
Calling it sloppy seconds with mine running? Absolutely not. Are you kidding me? Look, I'm here doing event runs and stuff, and we'll be doing Karnak and things tomorrow. I want to start doing specifically Havoc 25 pants runs. But if you want to get like Havoc 40 or something done, you gotta go to E. For like the top tier, highest level difficulty shit, I'm absolutely not sloppy seconds. So glad that besting good. It's dope. I wish Darktide had more puzzles and stuff like in Darktide. Yeah, that would be cool. Probably one of the Psyker's best melees if we ignore the OP dueling sword. Yeah. We're in mid-20s, yeah. Both the normal and the two-hander for a sword. Yeah, I highly recommend it. It's a really good one. I actually want to start using it more. I just know that I need to like practice with it, especially off stream, to like build up my muscle memory with it. Because anytime I'm playing, whenever I'm streaming, since I know that like my thing is like lore and talking about 40k and stuff like that, more than like you guys are here to be like, holy shit, this bitch is like cracked at gameplay. I make sure that one of my major like core things that I do is high chat interaction, because I also just genuinely enjoy talking to you guys. So I'm usually only at best ever looking at my game screen half the time. So I do something that I'm like super locked in at, and I know that I can do with like half attention.
I see you, Skyline.
You love the Force Great Sword. You were sad whenever it wasn't at launch. So what do you think of this idea for weapon? Dual chain swords? Dual chain axes? I think that would be silly. I think that'd be cool. I think that axes especially. Multitasking be like, yeah. Especially whenever like I can't have the chat and the game on the same screen. Dual daggers? Should give they should give granitry. What do you mean? You did the event on Malice to get it over 1 day since 250 skulls is standard. Give Zilla dual ritual daggers. That'd be interesting. I do think that they need a class. I think that they should pull from Vermintide and do some build options, class options that are specifically like double melee and double range. Fucking chainsaw. It's full-size chainsaw that's in between the one we have and the heavy eviscerator could be cool. Well, like a chain long sword instead of an eviscerator. Rather than a chain claymore like that one is. Chain broadsword. That'd be fun. Alright, come on guys. The next team needs to go.
I suppose that headshot had some
Kill that big mutate!
Might jump to dueling sword for today. Been avoiding it forever. The dueling sword is very good. Nothing suspicious about a guy dual wielding plasma pistol with a bolt pistol. Yeah, we have heavy eviscerator, but he's saying like something in between that and the regular chain sword. The eviscerator is already not as big as it should be. Well done, team! All right, Ace, Cthulhu, and Masiak, you guys are up next. It's the side of an above average change rate. It's above average! A lot of people say that they're perfectly happy with the size of my eviscerator. And to win eviscerators. Sure, this goal is even more fun if you think about Corn getting hit in the face with each one you destroy. All right, I'm going to leave the strike team. Yeah, it's not how big it is, how you cleave with it. Cthulhu! Yeah, you're here. I shall wait for your patiently. Dual wield shredders. Like the micro Uzis in GTA San Andreas. Oh, there you, oh, damn it. Send it again. I'm sorry. It was up there for like a second. Everyone knows that's not true. I don't think that everybody knows that's not true, Ace. I think it's very true. Let's see here. Where the fuck am I? Shadow Wizard, David Stoddard, and Sunny, you guys are all on deck. Did Shadow Wizard have to leave? Shadow Wizard here? What am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Here we go. Small eviscerator is easier to hide. Size is all that matters. The sister of battle will laugh at you. Yeah, well, but whenever you try to use it and then it's too much, like, trust. You want exactly the right size of chainsword eviscerator. Find it weird the zealot has a tree to be a death cult assassin, yet they don't really have any weapons for it. And so you suggest ritual daggers or something. Combat knife isn't culty enough. Sorry. Shadow Wizard money game. We love casting spells. Micro eviscerators. That's what the daggers would be, with just like little chains on them. Micro eviscerators. If you don't get another character slot in any class, you'll have to send the clone to the dump. Oh no! Chain daggers.
I've got to play nice with some of Tertium's nobility. Rannick's idea, bastard.
Is that an eviscerator in your pocket? The chainsword already is a chain dagger? No, it's not. It's a fairly reasonably sized sword. You're just being a hater. Shadow Wizard! Shadow Wizard, I think Shadow Wizard is gone. I think they said they had D&D. It's above average, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's above average. Lots of people tell me that the size of my chainsword is perfectly fine.
Escapes me as to why you are here, novitiate.
I go where Interrogator Rannick sends me.
I'm glad that's sorted. Back to the war.
I don't know why you all look so insufferably cheerful.
Why? Let me use their guns like blunt objects. Like blunt object, you grab by the barrel and swing. Some you can bash with it with the special. Some say it's pretty big, actually. Imagine if we get a 6th class, which won't happen. I don't know. It kind of depends. You know, I was thinking that too, but like if they're if they're introducing this new class with its own like story intro and everything, I think that that makes future classes more likely. Especially if this sells well. You're being greedy. Some people don't like big eviscerators. It's true. Some people don't. I mean, honestly, whenever you have a really big eviscerator, most of it goes to waste anyways. Like only, you know, the first like half of it or whatever will actually contact an enemy.
Even if others do not.
What did I do to deserve this?
If it sells and they think that they have a good idea for a class, they'll make it. I'm sure. If the RBD sells.
Is that a med station?
Not sure if we use the platform incentivize them to make more classes. Well, also like Darktide is really missing like a good, solidly support class. You can spec the other classes into support for sure, but I want to see like a specifically support class. Do not shoot your flames that direction, Joe. You silly bitch. I see. Bigger eviscerator is harder to take you with. Well, again, you know, with a really big eviscerator, the only part of it that's actually making contact with an enemy is like the first half of it. Oh god, please tell me I didn't do that. Oh, Jesus. Oh, cool. Very cool. Okay. Neat.
A shame about the brute. Shelter, simpleton!
Oh, okay. Well, this is the first time I've ever been cornered and double teamed by chaos spawns. Feels bad.
Just keep making it clean.
Now, here's the question. Do I keep fighting and support my team, or do I go around picking up all these skulls? Oh, please. No, no, no. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Which one are you? Which one are you? Which Which one with the health bar are you? Oh my god. Please tell me you're the one that's lower. You're not. You're the more cool one. I don't like that. Please go away. Why did you guys give me this one? POV easiest Havoc run. Glascop, sorry, the queue is currently closed. However, we have a few no-shows. So you will probably get to backfill for somebody. Blood for the Blood God. Emperor Skulls for the Golden Throne. Use the long eviscerator right about now? I know, right? Because I'm pretty sure a Shadow Wizard is gone. Let's see. Shadow Dragon was also supposed to be going in Ultimate War Machines group and asked me to have somebody backfill for them. So we'll be doing that. People were asking for Dawn of War 4. Yeah. That and Total War Warhammer 40k is something people really want to see. Normally you're the one getting backfilled? Oh, you mean like whenever you're in the queue? I thought you were making a double entendre there.
There is little worth
2 spawns and 1 captain. Well, fortunately, these are just like regular damnations, just because we're doing event runs.
We should not repeat the mistake.
Oh, hi. Trying to make Tide style gaming Gears of War universe. So you mean Gears of War? I guess it's more like Space Marine 2, but I consider it close enough. Total War, 40k Total War would go unbelievably hard. That's what a lot of people want. I'm honestly surprised they haven't done it. Seems crazy to me. God, these things have so much health. If they don't screw it up. You can't join since your PS5 needed to be dusted? No! War Machine! Your War Machine is down! You get the mobile games and you'll be happy. Crushing the enemies of your skulls may under our feet may commence. Oh, Sticks, you can do it, I believe. So the Tide type mission structure, enemy density, and combat. That's fair. Like I said, I was like, I guess it's more like Space Marine. I don't know, the two are so similar. But are we really going to be playing mobile games for a while? I mean, here's the thing. I think that 40k in general is still pretty early on in its whole like having a moment thing where it's becoming more and more popular and we're seeing like better and better quality shit being produced for it. I do think that eventually we will be getting all those like, you know, Total War 40k games and stuff. I just think it's going to take time, and I think part of that is because like developers not only are fans themselves and like artists and TV show producers and movie producers and all that, people who would be the main creative like lifting behind these projects not only are fans themselves, but they also know just like within the fan base it will be a bloodbath if they don't do it right. So I do think that like some of those bigger things are probably going to take a while of waiting. But eventually, like, the whole, like, you know, more popular IP money machine thing will start flowing more consistently into Warhammer, more than just, like, the tabletop and stuff. And it will transcend all of that and truly be standing on its own 2 feet. I just think it's going to take it a minute. Gears 5 is incredibly mid, fair.
Wounds! Too deep!
Gears is incredibly delivered in 40k as it is. I mean, compare the cog logo to the Mechanicus Lego. Yeah, definitely. Oh, I'm on the completely wrong level for this. Sorry, I started talking and just started vibing and wandering around. Not going and doing the goddamn objective, Joe. Oh, it's that trash bag. We did get Mechanicus too, that's true. Nothing beats the Darktide game loop. It's really good. I will say, yesterday whenever I noticed that there probably wasn't going to be a new map and there definitely aren't any new enemies coming right now, I had a moment of terror. I was like, I don't know how many months of the same gameplay loop with the same enemies. Please, you guys, I am begging you, Fat Shark. I don't care what it is at this point. Don't make it make sense with the Darktide story. Put Tau in. Make it crude. I don't care. Just put something new in the game. For God's sake, enemy-wise specifically. For God's sake, please. Make it squads. Space Marine Remastered. Hellcat are working on 3 Warhammer games currently. Hot damn. Deep Rock Galactic is basically a spot leads of Votan game if you think about it. It's true. God, Deep Rock is so much fun. The Flat Shark. Yeah, I know. Well, especially since, like, I have a feeling that's what this RBD update, the new class, and then that being coupled hand in hand with the rework of the story and everything, specifically to try and make, like, the progression and the story itself have more clarity, so people can understand what's happening better in it. I think that's a big sign that they are still trying to work on the things, because like at this point the story is well enough fine. We for the most part can kind of see what's happening and what the missions are supposed to be doing and how, you know, how it's developing and stuff for those of us who have been in it and playing it for a while. So I'm just kind of like, why would they specifically be trying to revamp the story and the progressions for new, like specifically with new players in mind? I was like, fucking what new players? It's already out on all 3 platforms. What big influx of players do they think that they're going to be having? Which to me kind of says, in my opinion, that they are going to be putting something else into the game, hopefully before the year is out, that is going to be a big attention grabber. It's going to be a big draw. I'm hoping that's what it means. Because again, why do all that work for new players whenever your game has debuted on all major platforms and has probably gotten the amount of players that, you know, for the most part, the big influxes that you could expect. Gene Stealers at the end of the year, perhaps? I think probably more like Nurgle Demons. That would be my guess. And I think that that would fit more with being a big draw. Because Nurgle is by far one of the most popular Chaos factions. Partially because they have some of the coolest models on the tabletop, period. And then also there's the potential, I don't think we'd see this year, but maybe if they put a Death Guard fight in, that'd be a huge fucking draw. That would just create money. Trying to think new loadouts and weapons can help reduce the monotony. I agree to a point, but like even with different weapons and stuff, if you put nothing new enemy wise in this game, that is a 1.5 faction game compared to the standard of 2 that was set with Vermintide 2, both visually and mechanically. And you never put anything different in. It doesn't matter what amount of new classes, it doesn't matter what amount of weapons you put in. They're gonna be fun and make it feel a little bit different for a week, maybe 2, and then it's gonna be like, okay, I've done this, I did it, I got my thing to level 30, I maxed out this weapon mastery, I'm done. There's nothing that demands my attention on the battlefield that's new or different or changes the gameplay in any meaningful way to me. For me, at least. You have a question about the uniform numbers. What is it, Nick? You want rot flies, but then it makes me sad because the beasts and girls, just puppies and rot flies are mean. Poor things are angry. Yes. I actually think that that is probably what we're going to get this year. I think that we're going to finally get the boss fight with Rinda, and that she is going to be back as a Herald of Nurgle, as the Herald of Admonition specifically, but it's going to be like literally what the unit is called, the Herald of Nurgle, which is a empowered poxwalker called a poxbringer. They are typically the lieutenants of Great Unclean Ones. And they also have a tendency to ride into battle on a rot fly. Very strong 10 sharpities will you mean because of dog. I think that we'll probably get the start of the demonic incursion with Poxbringer Rinda this year. That's what my money is on for the end of the year. Because they've been doing the next part of the Karnak story about once a year around anniversary time. Plague bearers would be cool to see. They really would. And there's a plague bearer skull in the hourglass mission that ends in destroying the plague incubators. You want to get Rodin back? I think he's probably permadead. And I think that's going to serve the story in the way that, because now that we know that Zola and Wolfer are brother and sister, I think it's more than that. I think that they are twins. And they will probably end up being used as a stand-in for what Rodin and Rinda were intended for. 77 on the kill shot uniform for veterans. The Mobian 77th uniform. I would assume. I don't know for sure though.
Watch and learn, ranks.
Rinda boss? Good old captain's party in the game? I don't think so. I think that, well, because like the whole Terror in the Dark event last year, if you missed it, they actually had like a 2-week event where Rinda was back in the game during Lights Out event, or Lights Out missions specifically. And she would come in ambush, just like the original encounter with her, but she this time had dark tongue lines where she would be like Mutash Verog Nurgle or something like that. Basically she's speaking dark tongue like the rest of the cult. And she also, like, you know, she'll fight you, and then before she leaves she's like, I'm stronger but I'm not ready yet, and then she smoke bombs away. And then there was that whole story cutscene for the Dark Communion where Wolfer confronts her. He's like, what the fuck, I thought you were dead. And she's like, yeah, well, I'm not. And then he's like, you're one of us. And then she says, I'm the Herald of Admonition now, and we're going to finish what you started. Death has opened a door by which another will enter. Like a rework of the captain bosses, especially assassination missions. Terror in the Dark was so fun. I hope they bring something like that in the standard missions. Terror in the Dark was cool, but it was kind of disappointing that they just used her same like outfit and everything. They did absolutely nothing to show that she is probably like, so I think the reason why Rinda has always been covered head to toe is because the Lost Fox intercept that Fast Shark ended up removing, where she spoke with the mysterious cultist after her life was saved by Admonition, implies, so Ermal apparently seems to know that Rinda, she's been likely afflicted with Nurgle's rot and has been transforming and mutating. And that's probably why she's been so heavily covered head to toe since Nox Alpha, because in some of the Nox Alpha Martyr Skull lines from their time there, we know that Rindy's face at least used to be seen. Because one of the other guardsmen was like, I don't like the way she looks at me, man. Like they find Rinda Karnak like freaky by the time they're on Nox Alpha. There's also the 73-7 cover uniform for veteran. I'm not sure. It's a really good question. Can never get the hang of the shield. It feels like a good way to get surrounded and killed. What do you mean? Which shield? The bubble shield?
Fight with seals, scoundrels. Your betters are watching.
I'm wrecking some heretics earlier. And you had to be a father. Aww. Well, hopefully you're setting a good example for them and teaching them the ways of the Darktide. Oh, Shield and Club for Ogren. I agree. So I like Shield Ogren whenever I do specifically a bleed build. I'm just not very good with Ogren in general. I think that I play too aggressively or not aggressively enough. I don't know what my problem is with Ogren, but I just don't do it well. The open hand slap, that's very true. That's very funny. Collecting skulls for the golden throne. Hell yeah. Ow, were you fucking kidding me? Oh well. Cess Levesque.
Blessed terror. That horror is beyond description.
We shall end it. Strike team, deploy your
Oh.
biotic probes. Let the blessed unguent of shriving flow.
We have a beauty!
8 a.m. here, getting really cold because you're going to winter. 7 cuddles and hot chocolate weather. Hell yeah. Hello, Henry. Counterpoint rock. That reminds me. I need to talk to E and Jefficus about this sometime. But I want to do a challenge mode of the twins. And definitely we'd start on like Uprising or whatever the lowest difficulty is and see how high we could get. But I want to do a challenge mode of the Karnak fight where the only damage to the actual HP bar of the Karnak twins we can do is with Ogren Rock. And I feel like I would need to have a team with me that's like well coordinated and knows what the fuck they're doing. Your 4K skull's away. Well, that's okay. You have plenty of time. It's not something you need to speed run, man. You got time.
That's not good!
Got all your Ogren penances? Nice. Ogren slap punch run, maybe? I want to do specifically rock for their HP bar. I've been debating how far to take it though, as far as like, what about using only open hand slaps for everything else? Nice job, Miso.
I will protect you, simpletons! I see madness!
Oh, he posted 7,000 skulls in 2 days. Nice.
Heads up, Boxbuster!
Boxbuster! Guess we let him off, yes?
Smasher!
Do you think the Aquillas event reward will be more common going forward? I certainly hope so. So before Darktide came out, they said that there would be a way to earn in-game currency through playing, and then they kind of walked that back. And I don't know about this specifically because I didn't witness it for myself, but I've heard anecdotally they started banning people from the forums who talked about it and were like, wait a minute, what the fuck, that's fucked up that you guys are walking that back. Again, I don't know how true any of that is. I'm just telling you what I have heard anecdotally. But I think that it would be very nice of them to do. 80 hours of gameplay, realizing that the different weapons or stats values based on percentages. Oh. Aquillas for each event would drive more engagement. It really would, especially since, like, especially for those of us who have been playing Darktide, you know, since the beginning or since it launched on our platform or whatever. Even for PlayStation players, since you guys were like the last to get it released on your platform, you probably aren't hurting for diamantine and plasteel too badly. I certainly am not. Like, we are fucking drowning in it, and that's the only thing it rewards. That's its only incentive for doing havoc, too. And I think that's a mistake. I think that they should be rewarding a small amount of stuff for things like havoc. And I do think they should do a small amount for events and stuff like that. Do you think us getting our BDs anything to do with the Morningstar investigating the nobles higher up in Tertium? I do think that's the direction they'll probably go with that story. We don't get daily login rewards either. No, that's true. I don't think they necessarily need to give us dailies. Shit. Oh, thank God you're still here. Put more time into this event than any other event you skipped. Yeah, and it's probably because you want the Aquillas. Take the pickup. Yours just started playing better and again stacks so much toughness that you're invulnerable to gas. That's amazing. Fat Shark being greedy? What? Actually, here's the thing. That really was a surprise to me because in my opinion, Fat Shark has always been one of the good ones. As far as like monetization goes. Back whenever they did the paid for DLC models, both for Vermintide 1 and the amount of time that they did it for Vermintide 2, they were extremely generous with it. There would be $15 DLCs that would give you a whole bunch of maps and things. And then like, you only, if anybody that you were playing with in a team, like you didn't have to own it. You just could play with somebody else who owned it. Then they could select that mission and everybody in your team could play it. That's so fucking generous. I love companies that do that instead of being like, no, everybody has to pay for it. Otherwise, you can't play it. Because then it incentivizes people, like if they try it, they're like, oh, holy shit, this is cool. These maps are good. This is worth it. I'm going to buy it myself. It incentivizes that. So that's part of why I was so surprised that they've been so stingy and charging so much for, well, charging a lot for skins isn't really that surprising. $20 is about the going rate for cosmetics now, unfortunately. But, stingy with the Aquillas, I've been surprised about. Particular type of mission where you can get skulls for this event. So, you have to go to the regular mission board, and then you're going to be looking for missions that have the Inquisition symbol on them in a hexagon-looking thing. Yeah, exactly, Ghost. You were at the spot, got thrown from the spawn door. Everyone else died on Havoc. Don't really care about the Aquillas. I think it's more that you can collect skulls for the throne. That's fair. Adding Aquillas to Penance Battle Pass bar would be good. That's true. It would definitely incentivize penances. That's true. More of a critical of generosity when the game took a full year to be considered a good value for your money. That's fair. The only thing I don't like about Vermintide monetization is locking weapons behind DLC. Yeah, excellent game, by the way. Good job, team. Okay, so a Shadow Wizard is gone. Who would like to fill in for a Shadow Wizard? Bale, are you still here? Who else has tried to join in? Music. Excellent job, team. Okay, so I've got 3 of you. Let's do... Nick has been here the long... Didn't you jump out of the queue, Nick? Were you in it earlier? Am I crazy? Nick, we'll have you come first. This game hobbled out of the gates at first. Oh, it did. I know you're here, David Stoddard. Well, oh, well, actually, I didn't know. Thank you for telling me, actually. I was just reading your name. Bye, Cthulhu. Enjoy dinner. Heavy weapons, Ogren goes hard. So, Nick, you'll be in on this one. David Stoddard, Sunny. Sunny, are you here? Can you please tell me in the chat? I don't hear... Oh, you're here. Perfect. Okay. So it's you, David Stoddard, and Nick Fury. You guys are up first. Gonna move this damn fridge outside and cook dinner. You're trying to get on and take out the trash. Fair. No, that's fine, Nick. I just was like, wait, are you still in the queue? Did you hop out? Am I crazy? You're no ghost. Perfect. Thank you for letting me know. That is super helpful. David Sautern. There you are. So on deck, after we get Nick in, on deck will be Dat Huasi. Ultimate War Machine can't play. This was also the one where it was going to be Shadow Dragon. So we'll have 2 backfills for this next one. I know you're coming on your way, Nick. You're good. So that means that Victor and Glazkov, if you guys want to backfill on the next one, there will be 2 slots. Then we have... Oh, Victor, wait, you were already in the queue. So I'm going to keep you in your spot then. So, well, actually, or if we only have one other person who wants to backfill, then you would get moved up anyways. But it would be Morven before you. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, this one's nice and quick, too. I try to do my best to get everybody through as much as I can. What are my leading theories on Swagger's identity? I think that he is a noble. I think that Swagger is incredibly well-spoken, incredibly charming, well-kitted out, has a... Here's the thing that stands out to me about Swagger the most. He has a, like, clearly, even a working knowledge of the Machina Gloriana is crazy. That is fucking crazy. That thing has been lost for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and was one of the most, probably the most holy spot for the Mechanicus in the whole Mobian domain. How the fuck does this guy know how to use it? I want to know. I will bet you anything that he's a noble. 3 ratlings and a trench coat. That's also viable. Maybe 2 ratlings. He's pretty short. And guess on which noble house he'd be from. I would guess Margrave, but really I think any of them are viable. Margrave seems to be really all the noble houses, potentially, at least the ones that are native to Tertium seem, well, I guess there's House Karnak. Apparently they're nobles. But, Admonition, I remember in the corrupted communication device thing, they had lines where it was like, oh, I'm sure the noble houses think that they have us infiltrated, but they're wrong. And then Admonition is like, oh, Grendel's snooping around. So I think that Grendel hasn't been looking at the noble houses too much. I think that he has been looking at, most likely, what has been trying to present themselves as a loyalist cult. That's actually secretly a chaos one. Anyone else experiencing a lot of crashes lately? No, Russell, but there was just recently an update. Do you use mods? Imagine Dark Mechanicum can have an interest in Gloriana as well. I think that the Dark Mechanicum is involved with Admonition. I think that Ermal might be Dark Mech. What if Swagger is the real rogue trader and Brahms just an impersonator? Possible, but I think that Brahms... I don't feel like there's many falsehoods in the whole, like, Lady Brahms and Grendel have been friends for a long time. Kind of what would happen if to House... kind of wonder what would happen to House Karnak following the Six and the twins return to Atoma. I don't know. There's a lot of things about Grendel to me that scream well-educated and well-adjusted. Like, he knows how to social engineer and how to present himself in a very particular way and how to be charming and stuff. Like, he strikes me as somebody of good social standing. It's entirely possible Grendel may not even exist. In what capacity? Because I don't really think that Admonition would be saying like, oh hey, Grendel's here snooping around, and it would be fucking disastrous for us if he found out what's going on. If he wasn't real. I do think that there is a single Inquisitor who is called Grendel. Whether that's been like a legacy generational name or something, I don't know. But I do think that currently there is a single inquisitorial entity named Grendel. Just based on what we hear about how Admonition reacts to him and everything. Grendel was the friends we made along the way. Hey, Russell, are you running mods on Darktide?
Rangers and Gunner. Not so noisy now.
What say you to us recharging that contraption?
Rangers!
Gosh, it's dead! Fires are out!
Okay, I'm gonna start pushing these a little bit on speed running. So that means if you guys start lagging behind, especially at the finale, try and hot out your kill count before we get on the ship. If you do it too much, I might kick you. Because we're already 20 minutes to 4. And I want to try my best to get everybody through the queue since we closed it at 2. So that means we need to start moving a little faster. Because I don't want to go over crazy long. My husband and child tend to get impatient with me. Not that I'm saying that unrightfully so or anything like that, but if I go like crazy long over, it kind of pushes the whole evening back. You usually do. You disable them. You're still crashing. Yeah, then try. Because I was gonna say if you're running mods, my #1 recommendation would be unfortunately to disable mods and try without them. But if you've already done that, yeah, definitely look at the drivers then. If there's been a recent update. Ah, these fucking things. Okay, there we go. Kicking for padding kill count at the Valkyrie should be standard. Well, I mean, usually whenever I'm like, hey, get a move on. Come on, knock it off. People will be like, all right, I'm coming. I'm just giving you a warning now.
Stop struggling, monstrosity!
It would appear that Wolfer has a master.
Was that ever in doubt?
No, but that they have remained hidden until now raises questions about what we think here.
I see the veterans dead! We've killed the top flamer!
Oh no. I've been over here having a siesta, destroying the relic. Everybody else is fighting for their lives over here. Oh shit. Well, I'm about to be a snack.
Focus fire!
Oh, the indignity! I will protect you, simpletons!
Come on, target him. You can see his tail. Fuck's sake. For being such a big baby, Gertrude. There we go. Good job. Good job.
Try not to sound too pleased, veteran!
Go.
What's to abandon a true-hearted servant?
Oh, hot your line. I'm coming to get you.
Stuffed shirts in my time, but milk's something special.
My apologies, but I only know a Lord Darius milk. The peerless crystallographic watercolorist and mentor.
While Fitzroy wants for more milk, he understands well his purpose.
It's about the opposite of what milk does. What does the queue look like? It is currently closed, Russell. I'm sorry. We closed it about halfway through the stream. And, we're already gonna be probably going over to try and finish it out. Speaking of, I'm just gonna call some names here, you guys. Please let me know. Give me some in chat. An emote, a hi. A what in the chat. If you're here. Huasi. Ultimate War Machine said that he would have to drop because his PlayStation is overheating. Morven, Victor, Wendigo, Yeleda Adelaida, Average Shovel Enjoyer, Potato Power Gaming. I think I just went for a fucking jog. Got Huasi's here. No. Skulls for the Golden Throne. Perfect. Thank you, Shovel Enjoyer. Morven, Victor. Victor, I know you're here because you were talking about backfilling. Wendigo, Yelena, Potato Power. Potato Power. Oh, cool. And Morven's still here. Perfect. Thank you, guys. So that is... Oh, shit. Yelena... And Wendigo I haven't heard from. I really thought I was gonna get burst on there.
I wouldn't stare at it too long. Such things aren't healthy.
Neither is ignorance.
True, but all things in moderation.
Nice, thank you. Oh, thank the Lord. Oh, fuck. That dog just went over my head. Nice job. Nice and easy. Fitting that they put that over the render ritual. It really is.
Not one of my better days. Just as well no one's keeping score.
Just as well no one's keeping score. Is that like a fucking reference to the fact they don't have a scoreboard? Am I streaming tomorrow? Hell yeah, I am, Bale. Also, Bale, here, let me see how this is going to land out. So we have music coming in next. Then we're going to move up more than... Keep Victor where Victor is since they're already in the queue. So that means that would be... Victor... Wendigo's a no-show. Yelena's a no-show. So actually, they're running out of strike teams. Yeah, so Bailey will be streaming tomorrow. It starts at noon Pacific. If there are people who are here for Karnak hard mode, we'll be doing that. Hello, average for disliker. One of the Zealot interactions, you actually reply saying something, oh, I am keeping score? That's amazing. I haven't heard that one before. Just wondering with the new class, you know, shotgun Never seen that type before. It will be a new class-specific one, I'm sure. We'll see if they ever open up, you know, as time goes, DLC class things to other characters, but I kind of doubt it. FBI shotgun.
You're fielded. Keep fighting and wait for an opening.
Calm down, Augustine.
You're not helping.
Bye, Troller. Thanks for coming by and for hanging out. I hope to see you tomorrow.
The grandfather is watching. The grandfather is
Suspicious oversight.
We hope that it is
I think the new shotgun might be another one of the bolt guns. It's really similar. Oh, that one is Space Marine size. Shotgun and shock mobile will go hard. Is it a bolt shotgun like Jeffica's predicted?
That's the hound then. Shelter, simple men.
Yeah. Might just give my over and the shoulder mounted naval cannon. You know, that'd be great. Unfortunately, I think that might be perhaps just a little bit busted. Not sure. It's got the shells on top of one package shotgun. Might be those shells on top are massive. It might be. I'll need to do a little looking into that compared to models and things.
No feeling, no hand.
Reminds you of the bolt gun shotgun. I don't know what shotgun was in bolt gun.
so much for thy soldiers. Let the grandfather's blessed carry the day.
It's similar to the shotgun from bolt gun, so it could be one. Do we know which specific bolt shotgun it was in bolt gun? Was it a bolt shotgun? That vermintide in the form of troll hammer.
Aim for the head, isn't it obvious?
Whatever you say.
Really?
Think so? Unfortunately I haven't played bolt gun. It is a bolt shotgun. Okay, cool. Probably then. Looks like standard RBD shotgun, same as the tabletop models. The whole naval cannon thing.
Admonition forgets nothing.
Weapons! I have a shield!
For the golden fucking throne.
Bye, bride! We'll purge extra heretics just for you. I hope to see you tomorrow. Stay safe. Have a good night.
A ranger? Ah,
Or day.
settle down!
Or afternoon. Or whatever time it is there for you.
Okay, getting ready
Time to
to
play our
go.
BDs and fuck some heretics up.
I saw it for myself.
Yes. For me, I'm like, now to hear all those sweet, sweet RBD specific lore lines. Be cool to see highly unlikely a Volkite weapon. Yeah, Volkite. I don't know if that's too likely. Just because, like, aren't those specific to Space Marines?
Admonition.
Love RBDs and Savant interactions, so I'm sure they will. It's a good day when Joe's channel goes live. Aw, Leopold, thank you. How are you doing? Happy Friday. I almost said Saturday. It's not Saturday yet.
Unlocked Alpha.
Grendel will not be pleased to have been so misled.
Wow, why are you stabbing me? It's so rude. Stab you back. Oh god. Volkite are ancient marching ray guns. Oh, okay, not typical guard weaponry. Our BDs do have some really cool stuff in episode 2 of Tides on Warhammer. Same as Sister Silence, Female Custodes, Badass Duo. Did a few missions, tweaked a few builds, decided to call it a day and chill. Completely fair. Yeah, yesterday after the skulls and stuff, I went and just kind of like, we went for a walk, we went and got burgers. We had a very good, like, chill day here at home. Probably will be repeating that tonight, except with the saying. We won't be going out, probably staying in. So it's like, here's gonna be his best friend. I don't know if the RBDs will agree with that. Probably depends on the personality. Chromatex has mentioned RBD shotguns have special ammo. Yeah, it's probably both then. We're gonna get more content on the free pass to accommodate the RBDs. Oh yeah, I mean there'll definitely be new voice lines and everything by the existing characters. At least I would expect so. I don't think we're getting a new map though. I could be wrong. Maybe they have yet to really talk about that. But the things that they've outlined for the free content update stuff for the quarter is more focused on like reworking the structure of the existing story, trying to put it more into a flow that makes sense as like a campaign, and will help have both clarity and also better progression for new players. So I kind of am expecting to not get a new map, just because I don't think it would make a ton of sense to add a new map with new story beats and everything to it at that time. Chris Tester gets voice lines in Darktide. You're throwing a party? Do you also wonder what kind of RBD's voice and personalities we'll have with them? Probably like a loose cannon cop who, you know, thinks that upholding the Lex is more than just going by the book, if I had to guess. Oof, I'm really glad you didn't get the swing on me.
I have a shield! Isn't this delightful?
Get your hands off me, witch! I hate snipers! Won't miss that
I
one!
wonder what kind of cosmetics the RBDs and Cyberdog will get. It's all about the dog cosmetic game, right? Like you know, we all have cosmetics for our characters. What the fuck ever. Sure, Judge Dread Armor. Yawn. I want to put a jaunty little bandana on my kill dog. RBDs, if Dirty Harry had kids with a nun. Yeah. Gotta get that dripping. Hopefully we'll get a Scooby-Doo style voice line for the dog. RBDs. Looks like there are rangers for me. Look out behind you. BD, that was a foul sentence you said. If I could come over there and go into your room and poke my head and look at you disapprovingly right now, I would. One of the RBD's most lines of better be, I'm getting too old for this shit as a nod to Lethal Weapon. Bravo, Randall. Raggy? Where are your circles, Raggy? Oh my god. Oh, right. I can't take this. David Stoddard, come over here. Come take my book. Take a look. It's in a book. Reading the rainbow. Yeah, I'm getting too old for this shit. Like, oh, Colt had to uprise now. I was almost at retirement.
For the Emperor!
Dirty Harry, typical Batman, like the guy we heard from the beginning with a Batman asshole attitude. A relatively nice one. Actually, I guess that's 3 personalities right there. It's like loose cannon, 2 days from retirement cop, asshole Batman, and guy who is somewhat nice. Dad Huasi, Glasgow, and Morven, get ready. Nice, yeah, nice. I was supposed to retire 2 weeks from now. Hello, Vigil. How are you doing? Happy Friday. Yeah, I want a little bandana for my dog. A backpack would be good too. Excuse me, sir. Did you realize that you have green light beaming behind you for no particular reason? Sam, hello! How are you doing? Eating a chicken wrap. So feeling pretty good. Oh, I'm doing excellent, man. I'm just here hanging out, playing Darktide and nerding out. Life doesn't get any better. Hashtag best job ever. And I even ate grilled cheese sandwiches before stream, so then I wouldn't be crazy going nuts hungry by the end. Cosmetics make it look like Rex's Cyberdog Old from Fallout New Vegas would be amazing. That would be. Hey, sorry, the queue is closed now, Vigil. Just because it's actually already 4 o'clock, which is normally when I would end. We're definitely going to be going over because we still have a few strike teams to get through. And I'm also not going to be taking any more backfills either, unfortunately. Because I think with the people that I believe are MIA, we actually would have 2 more strike teams after this group. No worries. I need to like start maybe Friday stream later or I don't really know. I need to mull that over. What do you think about the new class announcement? Here's the thing. It does not ring my bell personally for an RBDs. That being said, I still think it's a huge win for Darktide overall. I know a lot of people are super excited about it, and I think that that is completely fair because it does seem like a very cool class on paper, just not my preferred play style. Oh hey, here's the miasma malignifier BD. So yeah, it is definitely like dirty white or kind of yellowy. Which I know you said that's a common color scheme across Death Guard, but still. Fuck me. Are you kidding? I also think that it's really interesting that they are choosing to put a bunch of time into trying to fix up the clarity of the story and the missions, and it sounds like they're going to be putting them into a kind of sequential order, like a proper campaign. And they said also they're going to try and work on the progression experience for new players. And that has really put a bee in my bonnet because I'm kind of over here like, what new players? Like, it's launched on every platform. What amount of new players do they expect that they'll be gaining for Darktide in like a major capacity? It kind of makes me think that if they're still dusting up things, fixing up things that, especially at this point, like the story definitely needs clarity and work and love, but also we can follow along well enough and understand what's happening. I was not expecting them to spend time on that. So it makes me think that maybe they know that they're going to be putting something out later in the year or possibly next year. That is a huge fucking draw for Darktide and will really get people, especially 40K fans, in on it. Me and the Enforcer that tried to catch Sola is going to be the RBDs in the retcon? I wouldn't expect so, no. Super hoping for Rattling, so little disappointed, but dog is cool. It's cool. Hopefully it will be well used and it'll be a cool iteration on the minion functionality from Vermintide 2. Also, good job team, well done. You don't want them to fix the story too much or I'll be out of the job as a lore master. 1, do you really think that they're gonna make everything crystal clear? 2, the other thing that they don't do that I try to do is to take all the different things that are happening in Darktide and kind of like demonstrate how the greater 40K like universe and lore at large works in it. Yeah, and I mean like they're not gonna like explain everything to a core, like to a T. Are you kidding me? Did you see their thing where it sounds like it's probably just them saying that the Arbiter is going to get the full skill tree that everybody else is, but it makes it sound like it might be something different? Joe, explain Warhammer? Oh god. Not the whole thing. How they're going to make 3 distinct playstyles with the dog? Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of monstrosities in the beginning. They did. Dathuasi! Morven! And, Glazkov. It makes sense, though, since that's the main thing that sold Space Marine 2, the campaign. Definitely be an appeal to new players. There should be some new players to the new class. Well, yeah, I agree with that, far heavens. It still feels like, again, it just... I can't... At this point, at this far in, almost 3 years into Darktide's existence, having been launched on all major platforms, I guess except for the Switch or Switch 2, I'm just kind of like, why are they doing this? With the anticipatory thing of it being for new players. I think that they're cooking. I think that they're cooking and they're really trying to shore it up and make it the best possible experience universally, whether you're a longtime Warhammer fan or not. Different dogs? You're Greg. Perfect. Thank you. Let's see. Tawasi's here. Morven! Darktide on the Switch. True heresy. Introduce your pal to Vermintide. Story makes no sense. You kill rats in area 1A and then 1B. Kind of missed the act thing from Vermintide when you started Darktide. Doing the summoning mission for the first time was kind of weird. Could you... A Switch would fucking explode trying to run Darktide, I know, right? Quite simple. Yeah, Vermintide is simple, but it does have a story that gets resolved. It does. So on deck, we have Victor... Victor, Shovel Enjoyer, and Potato Power Gaming. That's going to be our last strike reading for the day after this one. Be Potato Tide on the Switch. While they're cooking big time, there's a drop in tabletop interest, a massive increase in interest in digital media. It's why the definitive edition, why they made a definitive edition for Dawn of War. That's fair. We've already done this one. We've already done this one. There's Archivum Sycorax on a 3. Here we go, I guess. In, like, the base game at launch. Yeah, agreed, BD. Even Vermintide 2 has a new map story DLC. Yeah, it's true. True. Feels like the Darktide story is just the beginning. And I would wish to fight a Nurglite demon. I think you're gonna get that wish. It really feels all signs, everything we've seen Admonition doing points to they are trying to open up a chaos gate to bring in a great unclean one. Whether that looks like it being like in a more of a demon host sense in the beginning, I don't know, but it definitely seems like that's where everything's going. I know there are a few missions on the orc board. It would take so long, and I've been doing non-orcs this whole time.
There'll be a trail there if we can find it. You can use your servo scarf.
Honestly, should just let them. Not to mention, you want to go to the higher levels of the hive. Did you know that the hourglass is actually like at the tippy top of the hive? Just watch the curtains. You want to see some fucked up Slaanesh shit? Like the only god that doesn't have real representation in many games. Yes, and there's a reason for that. Modern Slaanesh units are much less front and center on the whole like sexy titties out kind of thing. So I think that the modern Slaanesh is much more viable for that. But previous iterations of Slaanesh, less so.
It would be idiotic to stay.
Mechanics and movement, please.
Exactly
Yeah, the hourglass is up high. So Tertium has like a huge, one of its spires is like the main spaceport in and out of the planet. And that's the level where the hourglass takes place. There are actually some reject voice lines that reference it. But that's why it's so sandy up there, because like you'll see on the on the computer screens around the Morningstar, if you walk around and look at those, you'll see things that are like, you know, like dust storm incoming or something like that. So on Hive City worlds, on Hive worlds, there. Sorry, I have a fucking catch in my throat still. So usually with Hive worlds, because of the amount of Hive cities on them and how environmentally harsh they are on the planets usually experience an ecological collapse. And that's definitely already happened on Atoma. That's why it basically looks like a fucked up smog-covered desert from above. And so these dust storms kick up and they take the dust high into the atmosphere to the exposed parts of the Hive City and make deposits up there. Nope, it's the spire. It's on the spaceport. So some of the upper spires are where rich people live, but not all of them. One of them is literally the spaceport in and out. And that's where Hourglass takes place. They have voice lines about it. They talk about like, oh, well, this used to be the main port, blah, blah, blah. But that's why it's so like sandy and deserty up there, because the dust storms kick everything up and deposit it up high outside the, or well, close to the edge of the atmospheric fields. Atmospheric shields. Oh, you meant more the Noble District? That's fair. I don't know. I don't know which spot it is. I think some of the changes Slanesh needs to make them more palatable to large groups of people. That's fair, probably. Darktide better have better dog mechanics than Hired Gun. I'm sure it will. The minion mechanics for Skeletons Warriors were very cool. It worked well. I have faith that it'll be good.
A disruptive strategy is sometimes advantageous.
I want everyone together before I update the mission.
Sorry, I was drinking water. But yeah, I personally feel like they have started seeding the idea that Slanesh could be at work within the Mobian 53rd specifically. I will not at all be surprised if Slanesh is the Chaos God, the other one that gets represented. Bye, David Stoddard. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out and for playing. Pretty interesting though, the Hourglass and the Bloody Spire does make sense. That's why you can see the sun, yeah. No idea. One is Chasm Terminus Hourglass, and then there's the Slime Slum Library High People Place. If we have Slanesh, we need to have Eldari. We'll see. Hello, Scout. Let's get these damn heretics. Let's get this bread. I think you could do Slanesh without Eldari, but I don't think it would hurt to have them either. And we do know that Grendel did work with Eldar. Because it gets referenced in that Vox thing that should have come out before the Dark Communion. That is probably still in their playlist and they've still done nothing with it. Agreed, BD. I mean, look at some of the designs of the scabs. There's a bit of self-flagellation there. Not present with the dregs. Dregs have desiccation in their design. Still kind of struggle to understand the Darktide map groupings. That's good to know. That's something that I don't think they'll necessarily clarify even with a rework. Hi, bro! Oh. Happy late birthday, man. I know I said happy birthday to you yesterday. I'll say it again today. Fuck you. You think you should barbecue or make pizza? But Saturn, thanks for hanging out. I hope that your food is delicious. Reynolds call up for connection. Eldari. Arrive onto the Morning Star. It also fits since it's a rogue trader ship. Yeah. You feel confused? Why do you feel confused? Tell me all of your feelings, Pyro.
We can charge this one. Vacuum capsule.
The deep archives await. Keep moving. Stay
Pyro! Oh, shit.
Take shelter. We have killed the first. Target neutralization.
No, the wish good days and then, insulted. What else do you expect from me? What are you, new here? Why are there two growth truths? Because certain people in the community have started doing this genuinely hilarious thing. I'm not saying this sarcastically. Genuinely hilarious thing where they have started making copies of my characters. Because usually whenever I have video footage of gameplay and videos, it's Girthtrude or Postel. So Dat Huasi has actually made a Girthtrude and a Postel. And I genuinely hope that if they play with them in the game, like in pubs, that someday it confuses somebody. Although I never really get recognized myself just by character alone, so. The randomness didn't feel connected to each other at all, which is a good thing in some ways, more replay value. You don't have to do a chronological path.
Target's marked.
Postel, baby girl. Postel's my Katie and vet. I love him.
It is somewhat vexatious, is it not?
But yes, I fully give all of you permission to start cloning my characters. Go out there, spread confusion. Just be like, yes, it is I, Joe Plays Games. And then people will be like, well, why isn't your name Joe Plays Games? And you'll be like, it's my alt account. Katie stands, hell yeah.
Typical. The enemy has the best crowd.
Now, in case you have an idea, what's that, Shovel Enjoyer? I suppose you could just change your Steam name too. The Joverse expands. Oh, also, P.S. I'm hoping that relatively sometime soon, and on Twitch in the next few months, I will be able to have Joe Plays Games without the 0 in it instead of an O. Very excited for that. Acadia floats instead of Acadia stands? How dare you, sir? I'm excited for that. Smith, I'm sorry, the queue is closed. Working on wrapping up here. I know, right? I'll actually have an O, not a 0. Because the channel that existed on Twitch named Joe Plays Games, exactly how I have it on YouTube, they ended up closing their Twitch account. I kind of wonder if, because they hadn't streamed for a long time, I kind of wonder if they started getting like messages or something like that on the end, like notifications from Twitch being like, the fuck is this shit? What's happening? But yeah, they closed their account. And so whenever anybody closes their account on Twitch, it takes like probably around 6 months for a deleted channel, its name to become available. So I'm really hoping. Katia hovers. Aww. It's not a place, it's a state of mind. Katie is a state of mind. Victor! Shovel Enjoyer, Potato Power Gaming! You guys get ready. It's gonna be your turn in not too long here. You just realized? What did you just realize? That you left the oven on? Hello, El Purple! State of Mind also hovers. More Gertrudes. More possible Pockies for Joe? What you're hearing is that you could become the new Joe Plays Games. I swear to God, Smith. Don't you fucking ruin this for me. Yeah, what does that mean? It's a win-win situation.
I didn't think we'd kill it.
Opportunities around every corner. Hold on. Venturing on sub-level 4. Don't say this on stream, you silly. Oh well. I mean, if it gets taken, I have to stick with this one. It's fine. It's not a big deal. I just can't really see anybody else being interested in it.
Hey, are you jealous, Roughneck?
Warning, wondering why there are 4 copies of the same movement. Serious Experiments Lane. Totally not having a mental breakdown for watching 6 episodes in a series. Oh, for viewers. I see.
We go down
Look, here's the thing. You also know that I won't be bothered. Like, I'll just be like, aw, damn. Well, my dumbass done went and ruined that for me. Although, you'll have to have the Wild Berry Psyker set. I won't tell Rue. Rue might already be lurking here. You might have already heard it. He might be in the mainframe as we speak.
Isolating targets.
Kill the Ragers! Gosh, it's dead! Watch out for a hole! More storm rays!
Oh, viewers, Masiak? I usually don't hawk my, well, I don't mean to say like hawk my channel. I am very shy about self-promotion, so I usually don't. Oh, speaking of, that reminds me. I do have an affiliate partnership for the Skulls thing. It's a sale on Warhammer games. On Twitch, you can find it on the Twitch screen where it's, click on where it says 40k sale or something like that. On YouTube, I forgot to put up the link, so if you're interested, just do !fanatical. That'll give you the link. It's promotion more. Oh god.
That's a scan for the servo scan.
That will be sufficient.
Whenever Rue and I started, like, you know, working together on shoring up my stuff and things, he was like, okay, so how are you like telling people to subscribe to you and stuff? And I was like, oh, I don't. He's like, the fuck do you mean you don't? I was like, well, figure people just will if they want to. And he's like, you're an idiot. We're going to make you a subscribe thing. And I was like, okay, we can do that. That's how Obey My Cat was born. Oh, thanks, Speedy. The way they talked about DRBD's talent tree sounds different. Yeah, that's what I also was kind of thinking too, Smith. Although I do wonder if maybe the Fat Shark is really good about wording the same something that should be like a very standard thing that's already been like a concept for a while in a way that makes it sound different. So I really kind of wonder if they just meant like there will be a full 3 tree thing, because like the Psyker tree has 90 nodes on it. Yeah, but that's exactly what you can do currently with the nodes. Like the Psyker thing is just like you can choose to go down one of the 3 paths between 90 choices of nodes, or you can choose to mix and match and go across different parts of the different 3 paths. No, I know. I agree. I 100% agree. Because I had the exact same thought. I was like, does this mean what we already have? Or does this mean that they're going to have like a 2-page thing? One with the types of trees we already have and one with another layout where you have more ability to mix and match? Because I will say that would be really cool if that was the case. And I really hope that they would implement that for other classes if that's what they meant. Because there have been times whenever it's like, I'm interested in taking this node and this node together, but they're on opposite sides of the trees. And then like with the way that I have to like take certain things to take other things that I need, I can't get to them. No, yeah, I agree. That'd be cool if that's what it means. I just don't know if we should expect that that's what it means. Veteran needs some changes. I think I've felt it most with veteran. That sounds about right. It's been a long time since I've really looked at my builds because I have them dialed in and how I like them.
Engaging multiple targets.
It's plasma, get out. That's more of a weapons problem, honestly. Every class could use a solid rear cowl and ringot. You know, I think all classes need an ogre-like tweak. Well, but it's a new ogre trees where there are three sort of columns around. They'll make auras and flits, not stuck into one column. The way Zealot is? Maybe. Ogre feels fantastic now, but every other class feels off. I don't know. I'm pretty happy with Psyker. Machine gun ogre is amazing. My PC's starting to get a little hot. All right, Victor! Shoveling joy! Potato power! You guys are up! Well played indeed. Well, isn't that more of a question of like the weapon viability? What difficulty are we running on? So that was a 3. And I'm sorry for that, but I was just trying to pick something we hadn't done yet and it was still from the regular mission board. Wish we got Melta and Long Laz. That would be cool. It's like taking a dump on a rusty toilet. We're just doing standard difficulty. Plasma is way overtuned. Yeah. Bruce. There's potato power. What's the difference between plasma and a meltagun? Outside of the danger that you may explode. Are you some lad? Victor? Melta is close range and doesn't explode in your face. Okay, perfect. Melta is much shorter range, but hotter, i.e. more armor pen. I see. All right, Refinery Delta. Or... No, we're doing Refinery Delta. I like your modern plasma cutter. Why let me poop in luxury if you're getting some squalor? Melta melts and plasma plazas. There you go. There's the difference. Well, see, your melta gun melts things. Your plasma gun just plazes all over the place. Just plaz everywhere. Thinking about melta gun as a plasma shotgun isn't too far off. I was gonna say it's kind of like a shotgun. I'm about to plaz. Oh god, I'm about to plaz all over the place.
Decay is our constant
Why did I say that like
companion.
Mr. Plinkett?
Perhaps it is the fate of mankind.
Don't mess with the guard!
Other games that are definitely Eternal Crusade did it like Zarya from Overwatch's laser beam. Oh, that's interesting. I think I kind of like this shotgun take better. That's funny. Smith and I have exactly the opposite takes there.
You're in the lower hangar. You need to be in the upper hangar.
This when Overwatch was still good. I still enjoy it. They brought back 6v6 for non-roll queue. So you can have 2 tanks. But then they limit it to 2 tanks. You can't do a whole team of tanks.
We're all the simpletons. Make for the stairs! That's better! So much calmer! There! It's a ranger! Ah!
Hello, Galvin! All the new heroes just made it in stream. That's fair. Yeah, a lot of their new heroes are extremely overtuned, and then also just like super uncreative too. They basically, I think the last one that they really did anything like unique or different with was Echo. Green's the best color. Green is the best, that's why they won.
Shoot our simpletons!
Yeah, I know, but still, I'm just saying as far as new characters go. Like, as a non-original lineup, that's the last one that felt like really good and super unique.
This place, one mutant at a time. This is gonna be a messy one.
Don't dawdle. Get aboard the elevator.
Ramatra was okay, yeah, Ramatra was okay. Or they had every tank with an arm block, I know. Dragon Lane said the queue is closed. This is actually our last strike team, so technically it should be empty right now. They are all currently in.
You killed it, did you sell it? Good work.
I have a bad feeling about this elevator ride.
Fucking love Ramatra. He's fun.
Grant me your mercy in this, the hour of my death.
How am I doing on skulls? I'm pretty sure I'm done. Yeah, I finished it. Oh, wait. Not quite. I'm almost there. 10,409. Left whenever they added that robot tank that was busted as hell on launch. Oh, do you mean, oh, wait, Ramatra? Yeah, Dolly written in the corner. They're basically the one in sidekick to the Imperium. Oh, fuck. I was reading and I wasn't looking at my peril.
Look out! It's going to explode!
You got 8K? Nice. How many have you done?
Hail, Templar. This holy work is not yet done.
Medicare station!
Ha! Hogsburst is there!
So Shovel and Joy and I will take these. You lost count? That's fair.
Psychic shield!
Press on across the hangar. Flow control's not far.
Ramatra, probably Ramatra, yeah. Definitely the good stuff of actually okay, full around. The funny old pink sword. This is offhand. Oh my god, I just lost all my health by not paying attention. Joe, do you ever lose your lesson? Learn your lesson. No, no, I do not.
Warp shield raised! Gather!
Can I brain burst this thing? Nice job.
Step bomber!
Can't brain burst pellets. Well, there are skulls on them. Maybe there are brains left in the skulls. A leftover dinner. Exactly. Who knows? There might still be brain matter in there. Nice to see Fat Shark offering Aquillas as a reward. Agreed. I hope they do more of that. The skull still has a brain in it. Is it a skull or is it a head? I think it depends on if it still has like its flesh and scalp and everything. In which case I would still say a skull. Good job, guys. Really? Oh my fucking god. How much of that? Had his head. Could use one. I am not sorry you said it either.
Ammo here! Bragging hell, need ammo! That ain't a pleasing sound.
Medicare station!
3 charges.
Follow the pipes and you won't go far wrong.
God damn it. How did I fucking dodging that? I guess servo head just doesn't roll off the tongue as well.
Go on, drop it! Medicare station! This way! I need ammo!
Ow! Hey, fuck off. Naughty little heretic. How does brain burst work? Does that work on demons? It does work on demon house. Do demons have brains? You need some servo head. I assume that the way it works, since it works on demon house, although I guess demon house are bound into physical bodies. It works on beasts of Nurgle, so it must work on demons because those are demons. Now how?
I see you, Gunner!
I don't know.
Have mercy on your dying son!
Oh, that's it! Presents! I have a shield!
You are judged! Help! Demon host!
Oh, hell no.
A bummer!
How would it work on a demon? I guess they're made physical form whenever they're in reality. Just, well, no, they still aren't. They're like really solid psychic energy. So I guess that psychic energy manifests itself a brain? Any living thing would work since you just pump warp energy into the creature's weak point. I guess maybe that's what it is with like demons and stuff. It's just like you're destabling the warp energy that essentially manifests them into physical existence, even temporarily. Yes.
Me? And you?
Never thought like you're bragging me!
DJ? Yes. You're inconsolable. Oh no, what happened? Tell me all about it. At least until this match is over, and then I'm out. I'm done listening.
Seems you learned something after all, priest.
My work is far from over.
Neighbor's dead!
Sasha didn't add Gene Sealers. Oh, same.
What it is to
I know. Ask Beatty. I sulked about it pretty much all day yesterday. I still am very much in the camp of what this game desperately needs is more enemies, not a new player class, but I do think that it's still overall a big W for everyone. No Genes to steal. Day of Ascension Day turned into Depression Day. I know. Trust me. No one was more bummed out than me. Well, I know. Somebody probably was. Our denim is safe. Thank Emperor.
Whatever comes next, you'll do better as a group.
I agree. I too am inconsolable about it. I do think they probably will eventually do a Gene Borrowers. I do think they'll probably eventually do a Chaos Waste that'll be in the other Hive City. It'll probably be the Mortis Operations. And that will probably have Gene Stealers in it. Probably. Can't believe John Fatshark did this to us. He can't keep getting away with it.
Something demonic has a death grip on his face. You'll have to drive it off to unlock the elevator.
Don't waste ammo! Wait for a clean shot!
I don't know whose fault this is, but I'll find out. I'll find out and I'll make them pay. Just add more Hive Cities action. Well, I mean, there's all that stuff about like the second Hive City. There's no doubt in my mind that they will do a Chaos Waste mode for this game, since that was like the most popular thing in Vermintide 2 once it came out. I think it's pretty much the only thing that people still play consistently in that game. Besides whenever they put out like free DLC updates.
Looks like there's one left.
Eyes on a track!
When I eventually arrive in my shores, I will hereby donate my genes to a place I wish, if it's free to do so. Achieving more VIP or there's some shit. John Q. Warhammer, creator of John Q. Warhammer Darktide, the creator of Warhammer Darktide? Yeah, that bastard. He's the one who denied us our Gene Stealers. They're achieving more VIP or some other shit, but also have some other type of demons or cultists. I think that probably what we're going to get this year is Demons of Nurgle.
I will protect you, simpletons!
And then next year will probably be Mortis Trials. Ever sail to America and you'll donate a pair of jeans somewhere? Okay. It's all four Chaos Gods doing a funny to each other. I mean, that's also a possibility.
Look at that cellar go! They're in cover!
Looks like the demon's heading up. Now you can use the elevator.
Nice job.
Psychic shield!
There are miles to go before we rest, Templar.
We have Mortis Trials already. Stephanie just moans at you the whole time you're doing it. Yeah, but the Mortis Trials are to become a Mortis level operative, right? Like, that's the whole point, is that Stephanie's like, well, Grendel's testing you to see if you can hack it as a Mortis operative. It's gonna end up having a point. I feel pretty confident about that. And I have a feeling since Mortis Trials is Chaos Waste Light, it's probably going to end up being...
That's what I call devotion. See the strength.
Come on! Who's not on board? Okay.
Bringing the psyker, it seems.
Something's been bothering me. Are we at risk of infection?
Don't get your hopes up.
Don't mess with the
We'll see. We'll see. What's available?
Weapons! I have a shield!
You know, who knows what Fat Shark will do. I still feel pretty good about Nurgle Demons. I don't know for sure if we'll ever see Gene Stealers in Darktide. But if we did, I bet you. I bet you. It'll be that other Hive City. More accurate Enforcer was a terrible idea. What do you mean? Oh, is that what you're playing right now? What's more accurate Enforcer? You'll have to tell me afterwards. Oh, hello there, Mr. Beast of Nurgle. Oh, shit. No! No! God damn it. Okay. I'd be downstairs now. Small combat shoddy? Oh, I see. Nice job. Let's keep a move on. That plasteel was floating in midair. Alrighty then.
Hey, medicine station! The trapper is dead!
Uh-oh, apparently I will die for my insolence. I don't even know what I did. Myself on one zealot, do you bolt gun and maul? Is that another like enforcer kind of thing? Good night, Maniac! Thanks for hanging out. Have a good sleep. Oh, that's just your build. Gotcha. Good game today. Fuck.
Disengaging. I'll be back.
Good night! Knocks in pressures with a special. Oh, I see.
Tuxflamer is dead. Enemy!
God, there's still so much of this level left. That was weird. He like stopped inside of me.
Where are you going? Scout shots on it!
Oh, come on. Fuck off. What the fuck?
I suppose this is nothing new to you, Roughneck.
I guess at least it put me into another room and not like into the demon house.
So much for that, Trapper.
Shit.
Bloodlust isn't as attractive as you might
Thank
think,
you.
Senator. Horseshoe Bridge!
Let's go. Fuck out of here. Ah!
Not dead yet? Lucky me.
I love her cheers. Oh yeah, I'm not dead.
For the Emperor!
A med station. Excellent.
Your data interrogators can override the
Hold
incubators
off on
and get
that,
the pressure
you know?
building.
Obi and Saber! Hound, where is it? Hey, the fire's out! Ha, we slaughtered the hound.
Magnificent Emperor! Music!
No, that dog did not get away. Okay, good.
Shelter, simpletons! The dog's dead.
Hadron here. Pay attention. Data stream. Viable.
Take my advice, soldier! This way! Getting hit! Be gone!
I do like how sometimes the characters will have like voice lines where they're just out of patience. Like, oh, you're done again? Oh no. Thank God. I'm sure my number was up on that one. Oh, Jesus. Tetsudo formation. Good Lord. Yeah, that's a lot of big guys on me. You guys need to just stay safe here. There you go. Don't come back for me. Go on without me. It's fine. Ouch.
Someone fix that data interrogator!
Ooh. Good try, team. Good try. All right. Well, I hate to go out on an L. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. What the f—
Take strength from your pain, veteran, and rise!
Can zealots pick themselves up?
You are judged!
Thank you.
The flamer is judged!
Did I miss something? He got someone else rescued. Oh, I missed that where he got Shovel Enjoyer. Oh, okay, okay. I completely missed that part. I thought it was still just the two of them. I was like, what the fuck? Is this some fucking zealot power I didn't know? Is it possible? How is it possible to unleash this power? You breathe, if you can breathe, you can kill. Sacrifice was worth it. You did excellent.
Pilgrims!
Okay, going for the pickup.
What a touching moment.
Don't touch me, Psyche!
There we go.
Its torment is over. Hey, neighbor!
Interrogator status inoperative. Remedy reboot.
You're the vet that shoots the demon house. Oh god. God, Emperor Miracle. It's a Christmas miracle. God bless us, everyone.
They're in cover! Pick your shots! Throwing grenade!
Probably have at least one more before this is done.
Out of ammo! Just my luck! Hurry! Give him hell!
Trapper!
Gone, trapper!
Fare thee well, Felicia.
Iterative phase nearing completion.
Not just a fanatic, also a maniac. The machine is broken. What a surprise.
Nice. Alright, let's get the hell out of here.
You've done good today. One less plague brewing on Atoma. Right, make your escape.
Hell yeah.
Have a grenade, heretics!
Gosh, it's dead.
Got a big duty!
Here's your dirt sword!
A trapper joins the fray.
Here, catch this!
I need ammo! Incoming! A buster! Face your
I will
judgment,
protect you,
trapper!
simpleton.
Well done, team. Nice recovery there at the end. Excellent job, you guys. All right, well, that's gonna be it for me today. I will see you guys tomorrow at noon Pacific time, not specific time, Pacific time, for more Darktide and Karnak hard mode if you need it. So thank you to Okami for the bits, Lord Pingu for the sub, Zedian for the sub. Let's see, who else here? Zedian for the follow, Zambian for the follow, Jimmy for the follow, Remaport, Wenzel Plot. Thank you guys all so much, and thank you all for hanging out and for the excellent games today. I hope that you all are significantly closer to getting your Skulls event done now. We can do more of that tomorrow if you want, or some Havoc, but for now, that's it for me. I'll see you guys on Discord. Mwah! I love you guys. Okay. Bye!